Pledge of Allegiance. We can rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. And I understand tonight we're going to do the pledge first in English and then in Spanish because we have students with us from Gabriela Mistral Elementary School, which is our dual immersion program. So I wanted to let you know so you remain standing. Thank you very much. Now we're going to do a roll call of the trustees and the approval of the agenda, and then we'll have our school showcase. Trustees?
Bill Lambert.
Laura Berman.
Laura Blakely.
Devin Conley. Let the record reflect that trustees Lambert, Berman, Blakely, and Conley are present, and trustee Chang is absent. We'll move on to the approval of the agenda. Are there any questions from trustees regarding the agenda?
I would like to make a motion to move two of the items. Item 7B regarding solar at Crittenden and Graham, and item 7C regarding the declaration of need for fully qualified educators to consent as items 3L and M. So
Okay.
moving them from the regular to consent because I don't expect they're going to be controversial and we have a very long meeting.
Okay. Are there?
If I would need a second.
Yes.
I would second that.
Okay. Let's take public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, which is the agenda for the evening, you may do so by raising your hand in Zoom, pressing *9 on your phone, or you can submit a yellow speaker card there in the back of the room and approach the podium to speak. Seeing as there are no speakers at this time, we will move on to this motion. Is there any discussion before we vote? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Berman, the agenda has been approved unanimously, including moving items 7A, wait, say them again.
7B and C.
7B and
become
C
3L and M
to consent.
to consent.
All right, thank you. We are now ready for our school showcase. Tonight we have students from Gabriela Mistral Elementary School and our principal there, Directora Olaseregui.
There we go. Buenas tardes, good afternoon, members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Rudolph, and members of the audience. I am standing here today as a very proud principal of Gabriela Mistral to share some highlights of our school's achievement and initiatives. This year, our students and staff have worked tirelessly toward the pursuit of academic excellence and biliteracy. Their dedication and perseverance have been truly admirable, and I'm grateful for their commitment to learning and growth. At Gabriela Mistral, one of our core values and goals is to instill in our students a deep appreciation for diversity, inclusion, and multiculturalism. We believe that embracing these values is essential for fostering the supportive and inclusive community where every individual feels valued and respected. In line with this commitment and our district strategic goal 3, an inclusive and welcoming community and culture, I am thrilled to share with you an exciting cultural showcase that our students have been preparing for. Thanks to the support of our dedicated PTA, who generously sponsors our after-school enrichment program, our students have had the opportunity to learn traditional folkloric dances. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our PTA, to Masumi Parak, our after-school program coordinator, and to Letty, our folkloric dance teacher, for their invaluable contributions in making this initiative possible. Their passion and dedication have enriched the lives of our students and brought our community closer together. Now, I would like to hand it over to Alec DeRoing and Lucian Rivas de Rosas, who will provide you with a glimpse into the beauty and significance of the dances of our students that our students have been practicing. I encourage you to immerse yourself in the richness of the culture heritage and celebrate the talent and dedication of our students. I want to thank you for your continued support and dedication to the success of Gabriela Mistral. Together, we're shaping the future where diversity is celebrated and every student has the opportunities to thrive.
La costilla. El baile de la costilla es un son de la región mariachera de los estados de Jalisco y Michoacán. Su ritmo alegre es una fusión de la cultura española e indígena. Tradicionalmente se ponen sombreros en el piso y se hacen pasos complicados y vueltos alrededor de ellos.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucian Rivas de Rosas, and I am a first grade student at Gabriela Mistral. La Costilla. The dance of La Costilla is from the mariachi region of Jalisco and Michoacán. Its lively rhythm is a fusion of the Spanish and indigenous cultures. Traditionally, hats are placed on the floor. Complicated steps and turns around the hats are performed.
El agua lulco. El agua lulco es un baile de sotavento, una región del estado de Veracruz, México, donde se toca un género de música llamado son jarocho. Tiene influencias mayormente africanas, españolas e indígenas. Se baila sobre un tarima que es considerada como un instrumento musical tocado por los pies. La gente de esta zona organiza unas fiestas llamadas fandangos, donde muchos bailadores, músicas y versadores se reúnen para disfrutar del son jarocho.
El Aguaruco. El Aguaruco is a dance from the Sotavento region in the state of Veracruz, Mexico, where a genre of music called son jarocho is played. It has mostly African, Spanish, and indigenous influences. It is performed on a platform that is considered a musical instrument played by the feet. The people of this area organize celebrations called fandangos, where many dancers, musicians, and speakers gather to enjoy son jarocho.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Ah. Gracias a todos los estudiantes y a los adultos que ayudaron con la presentación de baile de hoy. Thank you so much for all of the adults who supported the students and for the students for their presentation today and the dancing. We thoroughly appreciate it.
May I say a word, Trustee Conley?
Yes.
I'd have to say best presentation ever of all the ones I've seen. Muy impresionante.
Muchas gracias a los padres que están aquí, que trajeron a sus hijos y a la maestra de baile también. Estuvo maravilloso. Gracias.
All right. Please let the record reflect that Trustee Chang has now joined us. We will now move on to item 3, the consent agenda. Are there any comments from trustees regarding the consent agenda? Trustee Chang, before you arrived, Trustee Blakely made a motion seconded by Berman that was unanimously voted on to move items 7B and C to the consent agenda. So the solar and okay, all right. Since there are no questions from trustees, if you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on the consent agenda, you can do so by raising your hand in Zoom, pressing *9 on your phone, or if you're in person, you can present a yellow speaker card and I will call out names to approach the podium. Oh, we're going to pause for just a moment. I think there's enough chairs, but we can get out more chairs. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, we will move on to a motion or discussion.
Move that the board approve the consent agenda.
Second?
All those in favor? Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Berman and seconded by Trustee Blakely, the board voted to approve, on a motion made by Trustee Lambert and seconded by Trustee Blakely. The board voted, everyone was raising their hands. The board voted unanimously to approve the consent agenda, including items 7B and C from the regular agenda that were moved to consent. We will now move on to item 4, communications. So I have a comment card. I wanted to check on this comment card. It says it's for oh no, it's for number 5, not number 4. Perfect. Are there any representatives of employee organizations who are here this evening who would like to address the board? You can do so by raising your hand in Zoom, pressing *9 on your phone, or approaching the podium and submitting a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there are no comments at this time from employee organizations, are there any representatives of district committees who would like to address the board at this time? Seeing as there are none, we'll move on to the superintendent's comments.
All right, well, good evening, everyone. Just wanted to give a couple of quick updates about activities that have occurred since the last time we met. As y'all know, our district entered the Digital Promise initiative, and there's a couple of great opportunities that are coming up for professional development that we've submitted applications for. The first being that they are working on a digital equity committee to look at sort of national trends, how to help students become more digital, gain digital literacy, but also some of the initiatives that you all have around AI are also around connectivity. And so I've applied to be a part of that, and we have a couple members who will join in the event we get accepted. They also have a whole child initiative and looking at how we can support underrepresented students who are struggling or just sort of demonstrating needs. And so we've also applied for that. And there's actually 4, but I can't remember the 4th one, so I apologize, but I'll send in the update. And then the other one is something that we're facing at several of our schools around chronic absenteeism. And so they've established a cohort of educators who will be looking into finding solutions and then also having us present our own cases to talk about what opportunities sort of exist there. So super excited. Those applications, they just go in and we should be hearing back over the next couple of weeks to see whether or not we've been accepted into any of them. So fingers crossed there. Also just want to touch base. I know I believe President Conley was also in DC too, but she was there after me. But I was able to go speak with 3 of our representatives around teacher housing. Just want to say out of all 3, Representative Eshu, who's about to retire, actually made time after voting for not the budget. She actually came in, she pushed our meeting back just to make sure that she could make it. Very gracious. I think Trustee Conley would say the exact same thing. Always loved interacting with her. Super excited. I invited her out to teacher housing to come see it. But it was great to actually get to meet with her and have a great conversation. But I also met with representatives from Ro Khanna's office. As you know, his mom, or you may not know, his mom was a teacher. So teacher housing is actually really important to him. Then I also use that as an opportunity because I know he's really passionate about technology too, to just talk about some of the technology initiatives that we had. And then Senator Butler has been really active in housing initiatives too, and especially around down payments. So we were able to meet with Senator Butler's team also and just talk about some initiatives. And so we hope to do some follow-up there. But it was really exciting to just be in DC and to sort of advocate for some of the initiatives that we had. It just so happened that I was there for a conference after coming from New York for the Digital Promise Conference. And so it just sort of all worked in together. So super excited about what may come from that. And then finally, just want to point out that we'll have a community check-in tomorrow around our usual time. So we're looking forward to touching base on there too. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We will now move on to item 5, community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. To address the board, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or if you're here in person, you can submit a yellow speaker card, which is found at the back of the room, and approach the podium. I'm going to wait just a moment. I know that our YouTube channel runs about 3 seconds behind our Zoom or live meeting, so I wait just a moment to let people have a chance to raise their hands. We have one comment. It is online. We're going to allocate 3 minutes. We'll get a timer up. Maria, you may unmute yourself when you are ready and address the board. You have 3 minutes.
I have a question about the schedule change.
So the schedule change is an agendized item.
Oh,
We're going to discuss it. It's going to be our next item, 6A. So if you're going to speak about the schedule change, can you please wait for item 6A?
okay.
Very
Thank you.
And I apologize, the board cannot answer questions directly from the public. You can frame a question that you want us to think about or take into consideration, but we don't have a back and forth conversation during public comment. It's for the board to listen and for the public to speak to us. Seeing as there is no other public comment, we will move on to item 6, review and discussion. We're going to start with 6A, which is the middle school schedule update, feedback and recommendations. Before we jump in, I think we have members of the public who might not have attended a school board meeting before or commented on a board meeting before. So I wanted to share information for the rest of the evening about how you can do so. When we go through an agenda item, our protocol is there's a presentation, then the board members ask questions, then we take public comment, and then the board members have a discussion. If you have a yellow speaker card already filled out to comment during that public comment time, you can turn it in up here at any time. So you can go ahead and turn it in now so we know. But when we get to the public comment section, I'll make a call for public speakers, and then I will total up the number of speakers that we have in person and online. Usually there are 10 minutes allocated for public comment on an agenda item, and we divide the time evenly between the speakers, but we don't go below 1 minute. When there are more than 10 speakers, I can extend the time until 20 minutes and allocate 1 minute per person. And then if we have more than 20 speakers, which is rare, but does happen, the board can decide to extend the public comment time to allocate 1 minute per speaker and hear all of the speakers through. Something else that I've seen members of the public do before as well is if there are people who are in agreement with each other, they might select one person to be their lead speaker and fill out a comment card with the lead speaker's name and then the supporting speakers or the supporting attendees also on that card and turn it in. And in that case, the lead speaker would be the one to speak for the group, but I would ask the other members of the group to stand just so we could make sure they're actually in the room, verify that they're here, and allocate anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes to that lead speaker who's representing that group. We don't have a good function for doing that online, but that is something that we can do in person. So I wanted to share all that information before we start this item. So if you're considering speaking on this item or any of our other items, you can think about how you want to approach it and be prepared when we get to public comment. We will have a presentation now from Dr. Rudolph, our superintendent. We also have on hand our Chief Human Relations Officer, Tara Vickyard, and our Director of Curriculum and Instruction and Assessment, Swati Dagger.
All right. Thank you. And then I'll have a couple people join me at the end of the presentation. Um, Staff members who would like to also just address the board. And we want to give them the opportunity without having to get them caught up in public comment. So I just want to point that out there. I think we have 3 and 1 person will send an email, but we may have 4. We'll see. Give me 1 second. All right, so just to be clear about this, just from the outset, the board members did request for staff to bring back more information about the middle school schedule change. So we paused. The committee actually had a couple meetings that would have took place this week, but we waited until we understand where the board wants to go with this. And so I just want to point that out. The second thing I just want to point out just real quick, and it's also one of the opportunities of growth for us, is that this is really one of the first times in our district that we've had a teacher and administrative led initiative. And that's a little bit different for us. Typically, when the board provides direction, similar to when we made the schedule change around 2017, 2018, or when the district, my staff, or any member of the central office staff initiates some type of conversation, there's always a process that we have, and we sort of have communication protocols and streams that we currently use. That's completely different when we have staff members actually bring issues up to us. And so this is a great opportunity of growth. Obviously, one of the great pieces of feedback that I've sort of saw through the comments that were sent from the board is that we need to understand how to create input points for students as well as parents alike so that they can engage in the actual process that is similar to what our district protocols use. And that's completely different than what we normally, the way that we normally operate. And so for that, I do want to apologize. The other thing I just want to say, just real quick, just a couple of other things, because I am going to address some items that have sort of come up. But I do want to just remind parents, especially those who use some forums, that students are a part of these forums too, especially on Graham Chat. And I would just caution us um, as we have discourse, which I think is a healthy thing, but to remember that we need to model civility for all of our kids. I know that bullying and conversations are always issues that we're always trying to tackle. And sometimes me as a parent, as well as us adults, are unaware of what takes place or what kids are sort of picking up. And you know, since I've been in this district, I've always had concerns that Graham Chat isn't necessarily moderated to always to be only adults. Um, and so while I'm not on social media as a strategic choice, so I'm unaware of what actually gets posted, I do get updates for it. And several of my staff members have expressed some concern. And I know as we think about mental health and stress and everything else, I just want to remind people that, you know, we need to model. It's okay for us to disagree. I think that's really healthy. It's okay for us to have discourse. What is not okay is for us to attack each other online. I always think of it the way that my parents sort of told me is that if we can't say it to each other in person, then we probably shouldn't say it online. So I just want to point that out real quick, just because I think that's something that's another opportunity to grow for us as we think about how we can include input is for us to find ways to have sort of discourse in a healthy fashion. Now, with that said, let's go ahead and jump in. I apologize for the length of the presentation. I will try my best to move as quickly as possible, but I also want to make sure that I do work service. So there is alignment with the actual strategic plan. We want to make sure that we have consistent and effective instructional practices that meet the needs of all of our students. And we also want to ensure instructional opportunities that maximize learning for some students, for all students, and all students be provided the opportunity to have at least one choice elective in their middle school schedule. So that was a board directive that came out of a 2016, 2017 direction from the board. And we've adhered to that since this time. I referenced the Toyota way because if we look at our LCAP results, one of the opportunities of growth for us has always been how do we empower teachers and staff members to have agency within our organization and to be a part of of making decisions. And that's consistently every single year on our LCAP survey. That is one of our biggest opportunities of growth. And Toyota does happen to model a very effective way to do it. And so, this quest of improvement is just the natural ability for people to change things for the better. And every improvement, regardless of size, is actual valuable. And I hope, and that what has occurred over the last couple of weeks doesn't stifle that for our actual staff members. We want them to be able to help us to get better and to sort of meet the needs of all of our students. I commend those who have continued to bring this conversation up. And I know in the board report that I typed up also that we talked about the duration of their request. But I want to make sure that we're clear that we do value our employees' voice and we do want them to have some agency within the organization. And we do want to improve that LCAP score too, right? We want every single stakeholder to have some type of voice. And that's something that we fell short of. And again, I have to own that. So similar to the Toyota way, where assembly members can pause a line, we have been working on increasing our site-based management practices. Obviously, site-based management has been highlighted since the 1990s, and really the short of the research is that it empowers teacher leaders and site-based administrators to make data-driven instructions. And so today, my goal is to highlight some of the data points that weren't included in the earlier presentation that I present, just to make sure that we're sure about what's the driving factor behind some of these things. So one of the agencies or organizations that we should always turn to when we think about middle schools is AMLE, which used to be the National Middle Schools Educators Association. And they're expert from the Successful Middle School, which actually, when I was a middle school principal, the same book was actually called This We Believe, which highlights the successful practices of middle schools. They point out that middle school policies and practices significantly impact school culture, programming, instruction, improvement efforts, and family and community engagement. Successful middle grade educators and leaders intentionally examine the policies and practices that guide teaching and learning within their schools to ensure that all students' academic and personal needs are met. And this goal is upheld when policies and practices are student-centered, anti-racist, academically rigorous, and responsive to the realities of students and their families' lives. And I think that's in line with practices that our board believes too, in terms of making sure that we adhere to these tenets. So let's look at instructional time comparison, because I think this is part of the origin. And I do want to point out, just as I wrote in the report, the original request right after the pandemic was how to add advisory. And then eventually that request actually morphed into how do we increase the instructional time. So it started off as advisory just for sixth graders, and then it continued to evolve until we got to this point. And I think we tried to find a way to sort of bring all of these things together. So the first thing is we want to look at what neighboring middle schools do. So almost all of the middle schools that we touch have 7 periods, with the exception of Sunnyvale, which has 6 periods or 4 days. I think what is important is, and again, I don't think that there's a right or wrong way, but what we do notice is that our students actually, for most of their classes, except for first period, which has 221 minutes per week. For most of our classes, we do see a shortage compared to our peers in terms of the amount of time that takes place. And if you consider that we also have a cascading schedule, our students get 4 days of instruction, and one of those days is around 37 minutes. So really, the bulk of the time is spent for instruction practices is spent on the 3 days that students have. And in some cases, those classes do disappear depending on a holiday that comes up. So it's not always consistent, but that is a driving factor there. And then in terms of teacher preps, we do notice that With the exception of Palo Alto and Mountain View Wisman, middle school teachers have one prep. So there's a little bit difference there. Cupertino provides minutes per week. And then if we look at the amount of elective periods that we have, we are definitely the outlier by offering three elective periods. So what we notice is that the 7-period recommendation that was presented to me by teachers and what I presented their presentation is that it is a return really to or homage to the 2017-2018 schedule. All of the districts that we compete with have 2 or less electives, and Sunnyvale has 1. And then all have sort of this combination schedule where they provide longer block days. Part of the reason why they do that is because the high schools actually have longer block days. And the idea here is that by providing students 1 period a week, that sort of helps them to understand the difference between the shorter periods and the longer periods and help them adjust. And that, again, as a former high school principal, as well as a middle school administrator and an elementary administrator, I can tell you that the transitions between each one of those grade levels is a hard one, right? I firmly remember what it was like getting 6th graders in and sort of getting them in our district. Here at my school, we had lockers. So we spent a lot of time training kids how to use lockers because it would take them an extensive amount of time. But then in high school, one of the biggest challenges that we had was getting kids used to 90-minute periods. And that is a big difference in terms of the demands, the cognitive demands that are on kids. And so that is part of the reason why the districts do that. Both Palo Alto and Los Altos also have a weekly or bi-weekly advisory class. And then obviously, as I stated before, we want to make sure that our students can compete. And many of our local students enroll together in the high school district. And then I don't think I need to dive into each one of the schedules. I'm not an expert of them, but I did include them in the presentation just so that you can see them, so that people can reference and sort of understand the differences. I'm going to brush over this just to save us a couple of slides if you don't mind. And so that's the next part of this conversation is to look at what has been the impact since we've made this adjustment. Now, it's important to note that yes, we have experienced COVID, right? And so our students have had some type of disruption in their education, but our middle schoolers have actually been in middle school for the last 3 years, right? And so we can track their progress from 6th to 8th grade because that part hasn't been interrupted, but they're entering the school was. And what we've noticed both in math as well as reading, which is what our teachers also brought out to us, is that the job is becoming increasingly harder for us to sort of adjust to this. And I think our district has made some tremendous gains, not only with our newcomer strategy that we've just employed this year, but also the move to science of reading for our early emerging readers, as well as our literacy team to try and shore up some of the gaps that we were starting to see from the pandemic. But we haven't really had any approach to tackling the middle school dilemma that actually takes place. And what we do realize or that we are seeing is that we continue to see more and more students at risk. And this is as measured by the iReady diagnostic. And now I'm going to dive into CAS comparisons. So when we look at the middle school for ELA, what we do notice is that in 2015, right when I arrived, we had a challenge in front of us. And we wanted to make sure that we continue to make gains. And so as you can see, we started to make sizable gains compared to the state. And went right before the last time in 2017, right before we made the change, you can see that we were 6, 7, and 5% increases from when we originally started. Unfortunately, though, since the pandemic, which also coincide the pandemic as well as the change in the schedule, what we are starting to notice is that we are regressing backwards in terms of our performance. Our 6th graders who have just entered, or last year, or sorry, In 2020, last year, sixth graders who are currently seventh graders actually dropped 9%. And then we see our seventh graders dropping 4% and our eighth graders dropping 5%, which is a lot higher than what the state is actually experiencing, as well as our peers. And this is a little bit different from what we are seeing at the elementary schools, where our students, we are actually seeing increases in student performance. So we have this issue that sort of exists, right, where elementary is starting to make gains and sort of recoup from the issues that we are seeing. However, middle school continues to lag behind. And so I think we will continue to see gains at the elementary schools, especially with some of the issues that we're trying to address around making sure that kids can read. But we do need to start tackling middle school issues too. Then when we look at math, and you know, and I do want to be sort of transparent. In 2015 as well as in 2017, we did double block our math classes. So in this one is it's not a um, apples to apples comparison compared to ELA, but what we were seeing with math was sizable gains in terms of student performance, which clearly outmatched the state in terms of double-digit gains. However, when we compare that to what is taking place in 2023, we are starting to see significant drops. So while we would need a statistician in order to determine whether, or to try and figure out whether there's a correlation between double block math versus not double blocking math. What we do know is that the drops sort of coincide with the change in schedule right after the pandemic. And I do want to point out that we've tinkered with the schedule several times. And as a result of that, one of the reasons why we're now able to examine a 7-period schedule is because we no longer double block math classes, which wasn't the case when we first started this. That's actually was one of the biggest challenges. And as I wrote in the report, one of the reasons why we made the strategic choice to double block math is because we were trying to adjust to the Common Core or the California Core curriculum that was just instituted, I think, the year before I arrived. And so that obviously was a big change for us. And then again, if we compare that to what we are seeing at the elementary schools, what you can see again is that we are starting to see increases. We obviously third graders are still in an area where we are sort of struggling, but fourth and fifth are starting to tick upwards, right? And so one of the things that we don't want to do is lose ground when we get to middle school, especially because our students enter two of the most competitive high schools in the nation. And so we really want to make sure that they're prepared when they get in there. And then when we look at neighboring districts, with the exception of Sunnyvale, you can see that for the most part, the academic performance is actually sort of stabilized, right? So there's little variance that actually takes place, with the exception of Mountain View Wisman, that was on an upward trajectory right before the pandemic. And ELA, you saw us up to 71%. However, since the pandemic, we have seen sizable drops and continue to regress backwards for ELA. The only other district that is like that would be Sunnyvale. And, I'm sure we can all debate whether 1 or 2 percentage points makes a difference. But in this case, for us, it does, because in order to drop 1 percentage point, you have a sizable number of students who have to be performing below grade standards. We see a similar trend for math when we compare ourselves to our peers. The closest one that we always sort of look at, or the one that I was always made aware of when I first arrived, was Los Altos. But when you look at Los Altos, Palo Alto, and Cupertino, we do see differences in terms of the performance. Again, stabilization is what we're seeing in those 3 districts. But you also see that Sunnyvale, which sort of mirrors us a little bit, is a little closer, not in terms of its free and reduced lunch population or its EL population. Actually, Cupertino is higher within the districts, but what you do see is stabilization even from Sunnyvale year to year. The next thing that we also looked at were the LCAP survey results. We've included the data in the actual board packet. And so what we notice is that we see parents reporting at last year's LCAP that there is, in terms of very or completely satisfied, that we are seeing a drop in terms of how parents perceive they're prepared, how well kids are being prepared academically. And then we also see that there has been a sizable drop in terms of the non-academic supports from 2017 to 2023, and these are only the middle school results. And then in terms of students getting along with each other and respecting the differences, we also notice that there is a decline in that data too. Other takeaways when we look at the students. So one of the things that people may or may not be aware of or may not remember is that around 2016, the district used to do a separate climate survey through Panorama, and we actually ended during the budget cuts at that time. We ended our contract with Panorama and felt like we've already done one survey. And so it would be important for us to just include the climate survey actually in the LCAP survey. And so when you look at the LCAP data, what you will find is there's a change and you start to see additional questions and data tracked right around 2017. And so we can look at climate that actually exists. And so what we notice is that students reporting, and again, this is self-reporting, that they get along and respect each other, that there's been a drop from 2020 to 2023. In terms of students being treated fairly at school, there's also been a drop. School rules are fair, there's been a sizable drop. Consequences, as well as being treated with respect, and that the school is encouraging a healthy lifestyle. So we do see a trend of regression, both in LCAP as well as student performance. One of the other things that came up in the conversation is that the sense of belonging, which is also one of the things, as I talked about, sort of whole child initiative that the digital promise is looking at. One of the points that they bring up is, so what is sense of belonging and how does it look within our students? And so as you remember, and we talk about this in our health and wellness update, we do a survey called Sown to Grow, and Sown to Grow allows us to look at sort of the social emotional needs, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. But when we go back to the LCAP, what we also notice is that 11 to 12% of school parents report the social emotional needs are not being met. And then we also are starting to look at Sown to Grow. So what I find interesting is that, in terms of the actual survey, what we see is the sense of belonging is a lot stronger for elementary students compared to middle school students, right? And so this notion of how, one of the critiques about or the concerns about reducing elective is that that's one of the reasons why students are coming to school. But what we notice is that students are reporting sense of belonging is not one of as being lower, which sort of suggests that it's not the electives that is the driving factor here, right? There's something else that's missing that we need to have. Otherwise, our sense of belonging would be a lot higher. And so when we look at the Sown to Grow data, what we notice is that 7% of our students report a low sense of belonging. So that's 40 with a 94% completion rate. And at Crown, there are 89 students who report a low sense of belonging. That means that they don't feel like they fit in at middle school. And then, the Surgeon General, as well as the Department of Education, have issued several rulings around how do we sort of tackle this around suicide prevention and other things. And so this is an alarming number that we have 129 students on 130 who are at least reporting this. 34% of those students are students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, and then 7% of those students are not SED. So it's not just our SED students who are struggling in this particular area. Additionally, as we look at some of the reasons why teachers have, for the last 2 years, as well as administrators, have requested the increase of advisory, what we are also starting to notice, and we've noticed this since the pandemic, is an increase in actual suspensions that are taking place, as well as incidences that have taken that are taking place. And so what we've noticed is that the number of incidences or the suspension rate has drastically increased at both of our middle schools compared, and it's a lot higher than what the state has. And then finally, you know, the other thing that we looked at as we were investigating this is that we are noticing chronic absenteeism has drastically increased. That actually has led to several of our schools, including Graham, to enter what is called differentiated assistance. We up until 2020, we actually were not a part of the program. It's been around since around 2017, but since then we've had several schools enter them. And so when we look at both of our schools, you see a sizable increase in terms of what is chronically absent, which means that students who have missed more than 10% of the actual days that are enrolled. And students who are chronically absent in middle grades are at a very high risk of being off track for graduation and eventually dropping out of school. And so one of the things that AMLE talks about is that building relationships and creating a sense of belonging is likely to encourage students to come to class. And I've talked about this just real quick, just what differentiated assistance is. So for students with disabilities as well as homeless students, which Graham actually has a high number of, we are in the program, and this is now our second year for not meeting academic standards for students with disabilities, being chronically absent as well as suspension. And then we actually have additional targeted support for suspension of homeless students at Graham. So in summary, what's the data actually telling us? So the first one is that pre-pandemic students were making more progress in the state, but post-pandemic, we see higher declines in the state. 42% of our students are performing below grade level in ELA, and 47% of them are performing below grade level in math. We're seeing larger declines for middle schools as compared to elementary schools on state assessments, and larger gaps academically post-pandemic. And the district has now been identified for differentiated assistance and for McKinney-Vento as well as students with disabilities. Also, what the data sort of says in summary is that the suspension rates continues to increase. The LCAP survey shows that parents are reporting that their child's social and emotional needs are not being met. Chronic absenteeism is high, and students report a sense of belonging is low. Now, there are some external influences, and I do want to point out real quick, I just want to I'm going to take this time to clear a couple of narratives that are sort of wrong about the budget. So I just want to point this out quick. So the first one is that in January, we may or may not remember that Google actually announced that it was going to close both of its its preschool daycares. For those who don't know, Google operates 4 preschools in the Bay Area, 2 of which actually are in Mountain View Westfield schools, one at the former Slater campus, and the other one right next door, which is Darakoff. And so, but we actually didn't get confirmation about this. I'm going to show this in a little bit. We didn't get confirmation until we were in the midst of negotiations, nor did we get confirmation until after the recommendation from the middle school was sort of moving forward. And so just want to point out just real quick, as you can see, so January 12th, we found out that Google planned on closing. We actually found out from the from the news and a couple of parents who were impacted by it. But as you can see here, our negotiations started on January 11th. So there was no way that we were aware that this would take place. And then also the scheduling committee started at the actual beginning of the year. And so what we see here is that the proposal of the schedule sort of created an opportunity for us to make some cost savings. Now, I'm firmly aware that Google actually just made announcements, I believe, yesterday that they are doing an additional round of layoffs, and I think Apple is about to do layoffs too. One of the things that I pride myself on and that I'm proud of this board about is that throughout the pandemic, as well as over the last couple of years, we made sure and we have taken measures to make sure that we haven't had to do any types of layoffs whatsoever. And so we know that we are going to lose $3 million of revenue based off of a confirmation that Google gave us around, actually my meeting with them was on March 4th, but they sent the letter February 28th. And so two things have to happen here, right? We can get a qualified budget, which means that the county is going to take over, or we can address this to the best of our abilities. And so I want to commend all of the central office staff members who went through their budgets and found sort of opportunities to reduce redundancy or to reduce contracts that were sort of wants, but weren't needs. And that got us to $2.5 million. And then we were contemplating how do we get to the rest of it to sort of make up the shortfall that we will experience that's going to impact our MYP. It just so happened that after the 7-period day schedule sort of came to me, that we were able to look at this and to make an adjustment and say, well, there is another opportunity to meet the needs and simply write Google off of the books, its lease revenue. And in full disclosure, if you followed any of our board meetings, I have talked about our need to reduce our dependency on lease revenue for quite some time, especially because we, later on today, want to be talking about growth that may occur in the future. And that means that we're going to have to leverage all of our school campuses, which also means that it is possible that we won't have lease revenue coming in. And if we are dependent on lease revenue, when those leases end or when we need to take those campuses back, we will have to make some sizable choices. And so I would rather make the choices now, not impact anybody, versus making those choices a little bit later. So, personally, I do take issue that people think that this was always driven about budget cuts. You can find $1.2 million in other types of places. But if I have to choose between laying people off in a tight fiscal time or provide our teachers who work tremendously hard on behalf of our students raises, I'm always going to choose to find a way to keep people employed and provide raises without having some type of impact. And I think that part is sort of, and I understand that nobody knows that, and it wasn't, we discussed this behind the scenes, but it's not something that we wanted to talk about because we don't always discuss the fiscal climate with everyone. There's no need to cause worry. We can address this ourselves. But there's also a couple other things that sort of are out there that, since we're talking about transparency, that we should be clear about. The first one is that we don't know whether or not we will pass a parcel tax. And I'm sure that there are parents as well as community members who will say they don't plan on voting for the parcel tax as a result of this. And that's unfortunate because what that really impacts is our teachers and our kids. It's not impacting me. Yes, it makes the job harder, but personally, you're impacting our kids, right? My kid also. And the board has to weigh whether or not it wants to put a renewal of the parcel tax on the actual ballot. The second one is that we are scheduled to lose lease revenue. We received an official letter around February 28th stating that 22nd, sorry, that they were canceling their leases and that made it official. And I just want to point out, we turned around our ability to make sure that we were able to rid ourselves of this within a month's time, which is really fast. And then the last part of this is, as we talk about money, I hope that people become just as passionate about money as they are right now to understand that we lose $10 million to the shoreline community, and we have been losing money to the shoreline community for 50 years. 50 years. And in fact, if I'm not correct, and my math may be off, but we're talking about $425 million, if my numbers are correct, from 1977 until now, it has been diverted to the Shoreline Regional Park. Now, I'm not here to advocate or say that that's right or wrong. What I'm simply here to say is that these are three external factors that impact decisions that we have to make in terms of how we can compensate our employees and what programs we can add. And we take all of these items into consideration. And I do want to commend that the city has increased the amount its share or the returning share, because when I first arrived, I believe that we only received 2.8 million. So I do want to commend the city for providing more money there. But if we're talking about the full financial picture of the district, and I know you all are aware of this, that's a sizable amount of money that we're talking about. I mean, in essence, we're looking at almost $20 million that could be coming to our students that we have to account for. So finally, we just completed a tentative agreement, which we actually pulled from the table today. And part of the reason I've talked with the union president, because we do need to understand whether or not we need to make some decisions. And I'm not trying to make this either or. I need to be transparent about, then we have to make some choices, some harder choices about what other services to make up the difference. Or the board has to allow us, similar to what it did before, to dip into its reserves. But we do need to understand that there is going to be an impact, as we just received our first letter from the county discussing the fact that we don't have a continuing agreement with the city for a current $5.8 million. And so we're talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of $9 million right now that we have to account for if we don't agree to the successor agreement. But I think all of us will agree that our teachers are worth every penny, and so raises are necessities in order to keep staff that has a direct impact on it. So we can't give raises if we don't figure out a way to reduce our dependency on the lease revenue, which we know is ending. So that was the conundrum that took place, and that's what we in terms of our district team, tried to solve, because we want to make sure that we venerate our teachers, our staffs, so that they can compensate at a rate that's fair. And I do want to point out, just because we're working on teacher housing, that a beginning teacher still falls within the 50th percentile of the average median income in our district. And we have increased salaries by over 50% since I've been here. And that should say something in terms of the work that we still need to do to make sure that our teachers understand they are valued and we want them to be a part of our actual community. So there is a financial impact, but I do want to point out no teacher is being laid off. We are able to address this in attrition. So I'm going to say it one more time. No teacher or staff members being laid off. No elective teachers being dismissed, not reducing any of the, like we're reducing the electives that like a social studies teacher like myself would have, a current event or something else. We are reducing those classes. But in terms of our core electives, the arts, the music, visual performing arts, those still remain still there. But we are able to reduce the amount of staff that we need. if we move to a 7-period day. And that provides us an annual cost savings of $1.2 million or 8 teachers. So this is just a timeline. We've updated this. Just I think sometimes we like to see visuals, just how this all sort of went down. We began negotiations in January. Google, we found out through the Mountain View Voice that Google was going to close the schools. The scheduling committee met in February. We finally got an email from Google as well as a letter. The email that I spoke with Google was on the 27th, just saying, hey, we really need to meet to understand what the impact is. We met with Google on the 4th, and we ended negotiations on the 4th because we sort of knew. So this was the actual timeline around the $3.7 million. It wasn't that we started the school year off saying we're going to move to, bless you, we're going to move to this adjustment just because we need to save money. That wasn't the case. It's always been a fiscal response to what we found out in March. And by the way, I'm not saying this to blame Google. They have to maintain their own organization, and they need to address. Obviously, the fiscal climate has changed in the area for all of us and nationwide. I think it's important for us to say they have to make some decisions, and we have to also respond to those types of decisions. So let's look at what the feedback actually has also told us too. So we have had multiple opportunities of input from stakeholders. There have been staff meetings for teachers. There were online Google Forms for parents, teachers, and staff. There were in-person after-school meetings for teachers and staff. Principals have actually held coffees, and as well as the PTA meetings. The District Advisory Council was informed of this. The District ELAC, the English Language Advisory Council was informed of this. We had a town hall. We also had interviews with students. And then there was site administrators led student input at the middle school. Doesn't mean that we captured everybody's thoughts. Doesn't mean that everybody felt like they were heard. It does mean that we did make an honest attempt to do it. We can get better, as I started out at the onset. We will, by the end of this year, do an action after review. We'll look at the opportunities of growth, and we will create an algorithm for when this type of project moves forward. And that's actually one of the things I think that, will be a great retreat topic. I know I can't put any topics on the board agenda, but school sites make choices all the time that impact students. And so what's the right vantage point? What is the point where we want the school to make a change and for them to collect input or for the board to weigh in? And what's an opportunity for them to be able to make the decision on their own? I think that's a great question to wrestle with so that we don't end up in this position where people believe that there's been some dishonesty, and as opposed to simply we can learn how to get a little bit better with engaging all stakeholders. So what are some of the positive? Many teachers appreciate the increase in instructional minutes without extending the school day. I think that is one of the biggest pluses here. Many teachers also appreciate the focus on social emotional learning and the longer blocks. They also appreciate consistency in instructional minutes, and many teachers appreciate not having to teach a third elective. There are some concerns, which are valid concerns, which I will talk about. We have noticed an increase in absences, and we have also dealt with sub shortages. And the union leadership and I, as well as Ms. Victor, have talked about how we can address this, which I'll bring up in the solutions part. But they have a valid concern about losing a prep period and having to give up the prep period for subbing. And I think that's a valid concern, and that's something that we need to address. They also are concerned that they may not have enough time to prep for advisory. And so we need to figure out how to make that a little bit easier for them so that it is not it is not a heavy lift. So we do need to work through that particular problem. From parents, just like student teachers and staff, some parents understand that the need for a new schedule to address student needs and learning gaps, while others share the concern over losing a choice elective. So some of the positives that we've seen is that parents appreciate the increase in instructional minutes. Parents also appreciate the focus on social emotional learning. Some parents like longer blocks for projects, hands-on experimental experiential lessons and stated that it will also help students prepare for high school. I think this is a great opportunity to introduce things like project-based learning and to have more time to do that. I know when I was a teacher and I had my 90-minute periods, there were a lot more things that I could get done in the 90 minutes versus the 6 minutes. I know I joked about that previously that, I taught a while ago. So walking into a computer lab was our biggest challenge. And the first time you actually spend your time teaching kids how to log on to computers, that's a little bit different than where we are now. But it does, once you get past those physical items, having more time does allow you to dive into the actual content. And then some parents appreciate not having a third elective and using the minutes to add to meeting students' needs. But obviously, we also know that there are some parents who are not pleased with losing a third elective. Some parents are worried that losing an elective will lead to larger class sizes for high demand electives. And some parents felt blocks were too long for middle school students. And then in terms of students are wondering about how the new schedule will impact their school day. Some students like the dedicated social emotional learning time, obviously focusing on conflict resolution and some other items. Some students like advisory and wonder if it will be dedicated time to collaborate on homework, similar to what the high school district does right now. They have a sort of an open period time where students can want a teacher to get additional help. And so that's an interesting concept that we can also explore. But there are some concerns that have been raised. Students wondered if it will be difficult to adapt to a new schedule. They are concerned about losing their top choice elective and only having 2. And some students are concerned about what they would do in the longer 85-minute block that occurs once a week for each class. So we also started looking at some solutions. So obviously this change originated at the school sites. It again started out as a request for advisory and then eventually morphed into increasing the core instructional minutes. There, as well as providing a little bit more consistency in terms of the minutes in all the classes, and then providing students with the opportunity for social emotional learning, so consistent weekly time, and then sort of the higher need surface seen post-pandemic. We also understand that there's an increased impact for students needing ELD and instruction support. And so, and as I pointed out in the report, over the past couple years through our employer relations board, middle school teachers are requesting an advisory class due to the increased SEL needs. And then obviously the board direction still stands and has not changed, that we want to make sure that the students are all meet their needs, but also provide them with one choice elective. So let's talk about some of the solutions that come up based off of some of the feedback that we've collected this far. So the first one is obviously want to address the multiple needs. By increasing the instructional minutes, we should receive about 3 more weeks of instructional time compared to our previous schedule. And it will also provide more consistency for our students. All classes will have the same amount of instructional minutes, not just first period, which has 20 minutes every single week. Every student will have an elective. Many students will have 2. But all students will get a choice elective, and then we will have a 37-minute period dedicated to SEL, as well as other things like surveys and a couple other items that middle schools have sort of brought up. Also, when we're thinking about currently our elementary schools already have about 50 to 60 minutes of core instructional blocks. 7 periods would mirror the high school schedule, as well as Los Altos middle schools. Which also helps us to have sort of a natural progression from middle to high school. And then obviously, which I think is also important, we often talk about the gaps, but we rarely ever talk about enrichment. And this also gives us the ability to dive deeper and do enriching activities with our higher performing students, as well as reinforce concepts for needs of our students. Solution 2, we want to talk about this, which is our electives. So there is a natural concern that currently our students are able to experience 9 different electives over the course of their time, and in some cases, it can go up to 10 to 12, depending on if they take the wheel. So the first one is, and we also recognize that we have students who are extremely advanced, are native speakers who currently have an advanced Spanish class plus 2 electives. And so in 2017, we actually had advanced 4 classes at one of our schools. And so what we would like to do is bring that 4 class back for our advanced native speakers so that they have the opportunity to continue. They spent somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 years, or 7 years, 6 years at elementary school learning to speak Spanish. Some of them native speakers, some of them not. And when I say native, I'm saying some of them native Spanish speakers and some of them non-native Spanish speakers. So we do want to make sure that we address this, and I want to point this out just real quick. Our goal is to have it for every single grade level, so that class meets the needs of 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. And one of our requests would be that there are already 40 students who are from Mistral, and we're just looking at next year's class, who are zoned from Mistral to go to ground. Staff actually request that the 10 of those students can opt into ground to take those advanced classes. And so that way they can continue to grow. And I think that also will help them to get the certificate of biliteracy at the high school district, which is what they look for. But it also means that we will enhance our elective offerings. So one, we'll make sure that students are still likely to get their first choice elective. I talked about this as a former scheduler, both at the high school as well as middle school. You become a lot more strategic. And it's not that arts or anything else will, you'll see a slight increase, but it's not going to increase drastically. It just means that some of the classes that are really under enrolled or under prescribed, those are classes that will disappear and students will actually start moving into those. But we also want to make a change in terms of some of our elective classes. There's not a need to have elective classes that always go for the full year. There are some classes that do need to go for the full year. Art, well, music, right? The visual and performing arts. Spanish makes sense. Coding, especially because we now have a certificate that students can get in the middle school in order to be that certification that they get allows them to actually take jobs at places like Google and other tech companies. But in this instance, we will also start adding trimester-long classes too, to make sure that kids can experience more elective periods. So you can take a shorter art class that may be for this particular time, or you may be able to take a current issues class or a current events class that's a semester long versus a year long. So, in some instances, it will be a part of a real, and in other instances, these will just be standalone trimester classes that exist that allow students to explore interest. So actually, it's possible that kids can experience a lot more classes over the course of the year or of their time at the middle schools. The third one is the social emotional learning to address discipline and the feeling of connectedness. We know that the California Department of Education has been working on a framework, or you all have been very clear that we need to pick up our pace and stop waiting on the state to adopt the SEL framework and provide curriculum. So this does provide us with the opportunity. And so EDCO does require us to provide a variety of health-related education, including SEL. And so we will have our middle school counselors who are already on staff working with our teachers to support and implement social emotional learning. And that's still an opportunity of growth. But when we look at, what things look like with SEL, I know that a comment came up about indoctrinating kids around particular topics. That's actually not what this is about. It's really about how do we prevent suicide? How do we address bullying? How do we address mental health literacy? Conflict resolution is something that I always talk about with my son all the time. He was in 7th grade. How do you address an issue that takes place? Digital safety activities. For the last couple of years, we've actually had digital safety, and that's one of the concerns that teachers have brought up. Is that it's not that teachers don't want our kids to undergo digital literacy and safety activities, but it's that it takes away from instruction time. So this gives us the opportunity to do some of those activities. Obviously, wellness activities as well as nutrition education, cooperation activities, community building, empathy, mindfulness, listening skills, as well as small group executive function activities such as academic goal setting, progress monitoring, checking on assignments that need completing, and planning on how to tackle assignments as well as projects. The fourth solution that's been raised is about ELD and instructional support. Students with ELD or instructional support do need dedicated time. And so we are able to do co-taught classes for both ELD as well as instructional support. And dedicated ELD and instructional supports will be there. And so what we noticed when we ran the numbers, that 320 students will have at least one choice electives, and all the rest will have two choice electives. But also planning periods, which is a serious concern of our teachers, and it is a valid one. I'm not trying to argue that it isn't. As a former high school teacher, that was always one of the things that I never liked, is walking into somebody's class and actually taking on their lessons. And so we do need to have some solutions for that. The middle schools are exceptionally hard to find subs. And so we've come up with a couple of solutions in consultation with MVEA. So the first one is that, and I was unaware of this, that our middle school teachers were actually doing, they would lose their whole planning period on a day. That's very different than what I experienced. Whenever I was asked to cover a class, I would only cover 30 minutes, and then, it would be a rotating basis. So we need to create a rotating schedule that doesn't involve losing the whole planning period, but only involves losing part of the planning period. Oftentimes, when I would go into a math class, while I could teach it, it doesn't necessarily mean that I understood what the kids were. And so you're just sort of sitting there trying to keep students doing the assignments that the teachers have left. But it's easy to pass that off to another teacher within a 30 or 20-minute time frame. It's something that we'll continue to work with MVEA to understand what the right balance is. But we need to be mindful that our teachers are working really hard, and we don't want them to lose a whole planning period due to another person's absence. But in addition to that, a couple years ago, when we first came back from the pandemic, we actually staffed all of our schools with permanent subs, just to sort of deal with it, just because we knew it. And so we've also agreed that we can staff the middle schools with permanent substitute teachers that for the year to sort of see if that will help. And then we also are looking at how we can incentivize substitute teachers to work at middle schools, which most likely will mean that we will increase the pay so that we pay more for middle school teachers compared to elementary teachers. There are some subs who enjoy elementary, and there are some subs who enjoy, subbing for particular classes. The middle school is it's just a quirky kind of place. But we need to make sure that we are doing everything we can to address that. And then finally, both union leadership as well as us agree that we need to address the substitute teachers' concern for lack of subplans. It is not so much that teachers aren't preparing subplans, it's just sometimes in the case of an emergency, subplans may not be the first priority on your mind. And I think there's some strategies that we can land from there. And we can also look towards our instructional coaches as well as our curriculum and instruction department to make sure that we have lessons available for in the event that a teacher doesn't, or a sub doesn't have a lesson plan on that particular day. So there's a couple of considerations that we want to have. So there are some legitimate concerns from staff members. And I want to be transparent about this in terms of some presumed that advisory would count as an additional class. And so they were hoping that they would, by reducing the period, that they would actually keep 2 planning periods. Now, this also is memorialized in our collective bargaining agreement. the 7th period day. It has been for quite some time, several years. But what we understand is at the heart of this concern, and this is what the union leadership continues to reinforce to us, is that teachers are fine if we're not going to lose a planning period. I'm not arguing that everybody's fine dropping from 2 to 1. But if I only have one, I need to make sure that that planning period is not interrupted so I can do my work. And that is what we believe is at the heart of the concern, and that's actually what the union and Ms. Victor and I talked about. So we do need to make sure that that's addressed. We also need to address the concern about what is required to plan for social emotional learning lessons. And we want to make sure that that also is addressed too. So we'll be working on those. There are some fiscal concerns. I think if the schedule remains, we have to update our second interim our budget, and we will have to adjust our MYP, just considering that may mean that we need to reopen negotiations with teachers as our TA is no longer viable, is viable under the assumption that we were able to make $3.7 million and completely erase the Google lease revenue off of the books. And although it's a 1-year impact, it does have a compounding impact on the multi-year projection, and so we need to readjust there. And if we continue with where we currently are, which is up, I believe it's going to be up to the board, then that means we just need to find cuts in other areas. And most likely, that means that those support structures that we put in place around special ed, structuring coaches, literacy, as well as newcomers may be a likely target. We have reduced the number of administrators already that we have. So I don't want to act like administrators made some adjustments there. But this will be the next likely area that we will address. And then one other solution is that over the last year, we've actually reduced class size at our elementary schools by providing additional staffing. I know most of our parents for the last, will come in and talk about why is it that we have 24 students, the state mandates class requirements at our lower grades. Then in 4th and 5th grade, you will see the classes expand. I know that at one point there were several schools that had 36 in an actual classroom, and over the last couple of years we have overstaffed. But it may mean that we won't overstaff in those areas and have to increase the number of students at the elementary students in the 4th and 5th grade schools. So our look at combination courses again, which we have avoided over the last couple of years. I know that when we talk about combo classes, we often say, well, combo classes work. Combo classes work with the right teacher. They don't work with every single teacher. But if we can avoid them, I think that's always the best thing. There's also, just a couple other considerations. Students need electives in order to remain interested in schools. This one actually comes from AMLE. While offering student choice can be the first step towards establishing greater student autonomy, increasing students' input into what and how they learn means offering more options. It means inviting students to ask, pursue, and ask questions for personal and social significance as part of it. But there are other ways that AMLE talks about that you design. So you have goal setting, passion projects, genius hours, hands joining activities, ones where teachers and students develop items together, negotiated curriculums, youth adult partnerships, personalized learning, and youth participatory action research is also other frameworks that we look at in terms of increasing choice. So choice isn't just about elective choice in the best schools, is about the whole gambit of these options. And then, the other part I just need to say is that site-based management is a complex approach to developing and empowering leaders at every single level. While we can work to improve, and we will work to improve our external communication, we need to be mindful that bottom-up leadership does not yield the same tools that top-down management yields. And so I want all of our staff members to be comfortable to make recommendations and to provide input. And I think, over the years, and, I will even say, like, when I first came in, we probably a little bit more on the draconian side in terms of here's what we got to do because there was a sense of urgency to get it done. I think we've entered a new phase within the organization, and we've been working really hard since the pandemic to provide ways to get more leadership opportunities for our employees, and we need to continue that. And so I hope that this doesn't dissuade anyone from offering solutions on how we can actually get better. So, as conveyed to me, various members of the board have now expressed a desire to provide direction, which is more than prerogative, which is why this presentation is here. But we are curious as to what other information is needed or what answers does the board need in order to make an informed decision. With that said, before I turn it back over to you, I do have a couple of people who would like to join me from the site. So I'm going to just bring Ms. Chang first and allow her to address you real quick. And then I'll call out each individual.
Hi, I'm Ms. Chang. I am a certificated counselor at one of the middle schools at Mountain View Listening School District. I support having a 7-period schedule with an advisory. Based on my experience working with students at the middle school level, I see that there is a need for advisory and an increase in instructional minutes. After the pandemic, there is an increase in the number of students with mental health needs. Often the students that I see in my office need help with setting boundaries with friends and peers, maintaining positive relationships, struggle with emotional regulation, have difficulty using positive coping skills, and have trouble naming a trusted adult on campus. Advisory would be a smaller class that is focused on supporting students emotionally and socially by providing a safe space to build community and strengthen relationships. This would increase positive relationships and cultivate a stronger relationship between students and their advisory teacher, essentially a teacher-mentee relationship, a dedicated space for check-ins to practice mindfulness and practice the skills they need so they can have a smoother transition to middle school that will transfer over to high school. Focusing on building relationships and creating a sense of belonging is essential in creating a culture of community at school. It would also increase the number of protective factors, and that would support all students, including our most vulnerable. Additionally, a 7-period schedule would increase instructional minutes. Students need more time in academic core classes to be competitive in high school. We have some students that are below grade level, and if we don't close the gap in middle school, it will grow and it will become more difficult for students to graduate and be ready for college. The 7-period schedule would allow students to have a smoother transition into high school, as it is also similar to the high school schedule. Thank you.
Next, just Miss, and I apologize if I mess up your name, Wadawa. So I don't.
Yes, hello, sorry, some technical difficulties. My name is Anu Wadhwa, and I'm a math teacher at Crittenden. As a math teacher, I fully support a 7-period schedule because it offers increased instructional time that we have with the students. I currently teach 2 advanced math classes, which is Math 7.2 and 8.2, where we are covering approximately a year and a half of curriculum every school year. Most of the curriculum that we are covering is high school math. And with the existing 8-period schedule, We don't have adequate time for students to fully learn, practice, and internalize the taught material. Especially with math, having sufficient time for students to grasp foundational concepts is crucial. And this lack of time is leading to challenges for the students. As math concepts build on each other, students struggle due to insufficient time that they need to absorb these foundational skills. With a 7-period schedule, we'll be able to allocate more time for enrichment activities, which are aimed at enhancing students' comprehension of the concepts that they are being taught. Also, we do need to allocate a lot of our instruction time in classes to complete numerous surveys during the class period, which further reduces the instructional minutes that we have. And introducing an advisory period would be very beneficial in managing this aspect. While I am hesitant about losing a prep period and having to recreate the lessons to accommodate for the new schedule, I prioritize students' needs, which is every teacher's primary focus. And I do firmly believe that they will gain sufficient advantages from a 7-period schedule. Thank you.
And finally, Mr. Quinn.
Hi there, thank you. I'm Mr. James Quinn, and I teach one of the core subject areas, English Language Arts, ELA, at Crittenden Middle School, as well as I am one of the athletic directors. And I concur with my colleagues about moving to a 7-period schedule. After deeply thinking about this subject, hearing multiple perspectives, the best benefit for students would be to move to this schedule for the gains that we will get with additional instructional minutes. As an ELA teacher, I often find that our current schedule doesn't allow for enough instructional minutes so that we can get through an entire lesson to really get deeper into discussion and into developing core skills such as in reading and writing. So I've thought deeply about this subject. I want to emphasize that this will keep us competitive with the surrounding high schools as well as with surrounding districts. This will prepare students for a longer future, and the additional minutes will also help build that deep classroom community to promote a sense of belonging, where students will build a rapport with not only their peers, but also their teachers. So a 7-period schedule is going to ultimately benefit students in the long run. Thank you.
And finally, President Newman.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for detailing and explaining all of the nuances of the bell schedule, including the minutes, the finances, and the gains and losses that our students have seen over the years. I really appreciate that. I do want to emphasize that I think the longer minutes that the 7-period will provide us will be imperative, as I'm a science teacher and also the union president. I think we've lost a lot of opportunities for our students to dive deeper into science lessons. And with the increased minutes, I think we'll have an opportunity once again to fully get into a lesson, debrief the lesson, and have round the table discussions. I also think that the ELA classes and social studies classes will also benefit from implementing more Socratic seminars, which I think will also increase students' feeling of belonging in the classroom. I think will also increase our SEL needs that need to be met. And so I'm all in favor of the 7-period day. And I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Trustees, before I begin questions, I also wanted to point out for the board that I'm hoping part of our discussion can be whether or not this will come back as a voting item or a discussion item, whether it will be action or discussion. I understand that in theory, that's under my purview as board president, but I think it's really important for the whole board to weigh in on that. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Lambert.
Sure, I'll start. I have several questions, but I'll just ask one at a time and allow people to get in. Dr. Rudolph, as you outlined, the objectives here, based on the data over the last few years, we want to increase the test scores. We want to increase the climate or at the schools or engagement of the kids with the schools. And we also want to address SEL needs. The teacher group got together, decided that the best approach was to change the schedule, or maybe that's part of the approach is to change the schedule. Could you, sort of discuss what other options were considered? And sort of an ancillary to that question is what other programs are being put in place at the same time we're thinking about changing the schedules at the school to, meet our goals here?
So I actually wasn't involved, and I think the right people to answer what other options were considered would be either Ms. Victor or Mr. Carr, who actually were part of the committee. I can only tell you what was brought to me after their work. And so I'm going to look to one of them to actually provide a little bit more context.
While we wait just a moment, Ms. Vicki, the signs are perfectly fine. Every now and then somebody's catching the sunlight that's coming in and like doing a little blinding motion of the trustees. So if you can make sure you're not reflecting the sun up on the dais, that would be really helpful. Go ahead, Ms. Vicki.
Okay, thank you. And I'll ask Ms. Dagger if she's here to chime in if I miss anything. But I think some of the other options we talked about were a variety of different schedules that, that we looked at, including, one schedule with a couple of different days of advisory. But there was a concern that that would not provide enough instructional minutes, which was one of the goals of changing the schedule. And so, there were a couple of different schedule options out there, but when we talked about all of the priorities, the team determined that, this schedule was the best priority that met each of the needs that we had, primarily about increasing instructional minutes to improve academic outcomes for students and making sure that we had an advisory time for students to reach those SEL needs.
Yeah.
I also just want to point out from a district standpoint that we've instituted the multi-tier system of supports, as well as a new behavior system in terms of the monitoring, which provides us a little bit more data, and we standardize the practices across all of our school sites. So we've updated that and been training our administrators as well as our team members on it. And then finally, the implementation of the cost system, which is a continuum of care, to look at what the additional needs are. So these meetings sort of take place to look at just the different data markers to sort of address. So those, from the district standpoint, those have been the larger ones. But this one, this actually just came from teachers and administrators directly to us.
Yeah, I guess what I'm hearing you say is that this discussion with this teacher group really pretty much started out addressing the, looking at changing the schedule to address these goals.
Correct. The original request in 2021, which was included in the board report, was just to add advisory to 6th graders. But it would not provide an advisory to 6th graders would mean that it's possible that students would lose a core group of students or a small group of students would lose a choice elective. And so that flies against board direction. So we couldn't explore that to just put every 6th grader in there. And then the request came back again about advisory. And then the request became about we need to address the behavior issues that are taking place. And then the request came in as we're doing all these initiatives to address the achievement gap and and enrichment at the lower levels, RTI, the literacy team, the newcomer team, but we're not doing anything at the middle school, but we're expecting them to provide similar outcomes that we're seeing at the elementary. And so I think this was their attempt to address that need. So all sort of came together at one time.
Trustee Blakely.
Just a quick question. I think I had asked about the linkage between more minutes and increased academic outcomes. And I know that you put some reports, I'm just seeing that in the questions for trustees that are posted in some, but can you just like quickly kind of talk about what the data shows? Because that wasn't in the earlier presentation.
So the research, it does bear out that if you increase instructional minutes, you should get better educational outcomes. There is no research out there that says if you reduce instructional minutes, that you will get increased outcomes. There isn't a wide range of research on it. Oftentimes, and the state is actually, with the Extended Learners Opportunity Grant or program, has also mandated that we extend minutes for students. But there isn't much research out there because oftentimes when schools look to extend the instructional day, they're talking about increasing the hours of staff and students. They're not talking about making changes to increase the instructional day. In this instance, we're able to add more time to it. I think the one research that I would lean, which is the first one I came across, was actually the one from the California State, Sacramento. And in that instance, they talked about the impact, and although they were looking at the older test scores, which were in place before I arrived, but they looked at the increase of 10 instructional minutes had a profound, which was about 1 instructional week, had a profound impact on student performance. And so we're talking about increasing by 3 weeks. So there is research that suggests it. Is also why one of the first things we often talk about as educators and as elected officials is how do we extend time for students? And we often look at summer or extending the school day or something else. But in this instance, we're fortunate that we had the ability to increase instructional minutes without increasing the amount of time in the school day.
Excuse me, there is one infant here who gets to make comments whenever he wants to. But if you are not that infant, can you please keep your vocalizations to yourself during the board discussion and presentation, and also when we have public comments from members of the public? Trustee Berman.
I have a few questions also. I guess one of my questions is around, sounds like this has been an idea that we've been thinking about for quite some time. And I guess one of my questions for myself is I'm wondering, it was brought forth in March. I'm wondering what the delay was. Why wasn't it presented maybe earlier in the school year so we'd have a little bit more time for input and processing and feedback?
So it came up in the employer relations board, and we looked at various options, and then we just agreed with our union that we would create a committee, and then sort of the timing of it, right? So when it was brought to us would have been November, and we were heading into break, and so the natural fit would have been to start this process at the start of the year, which is what they did. And this is different than when the board initiated the change, because the board actually at the end of the year expressed their expectation that we will make sure that every student has a choice elective, in which allowed us, and I pulled up the presentation. If you look at the previous presentation, it went from September into December with a recommendation at the first board meeting of the 2018 calendar year, which is January 4th. So it's just a matter of the timing. I don't think any of us wanted to delay or do anything else. It's just when they brought it to us, we acted on it as fast as we can. And some of the individuals who participated in this committee also sit on our negotiations team, right? And so we were scheduling negotiations too. So I think it was just the way that the timing sort of fell.
Can I ask another question? I'm thinking about the families that were, or the students that were thinking about supporting even more with more instructional time, students with IEPs or 504s. I'm wondering if there's been just an intentional outreach to talk to those families or a select group of families with students with IEPs to just consider how this schedule would affect their experience in class and how to support particular students with those 85-minute blocks that are being recommended.
I would lean towards either Director Chang or Director Jimbo, who represent those two departments, or Ms. Degar, to talk about sort of how they were incorporated in the decision-making process. Again, I didn't sit on the committee, and so I can't argue that I've went out outside of talking with 3 students. I wasn't engaged in that part, but I think that they would be the ones who can probably provide you with more insight.
I can kick us off while we wait for Ms. Jimbo, if that's okay, Dr. Rudolph, because we were both on the committee. And we did, Ms. Jimbo was an active participant in our committee, and she was the consulting member with her special ed experience and knowledge of the IEPs. And she brought in those our conversations and meeting notes, and with meeting conversations, we talked about how this would impact all of the students, for her having that knowledge of student support needs and caseloads. And Ms. Jimbo, if you want to add on to that.
Tomando en cuenta las necesidades de apoyo.
Yes, so thank you. I was part of the conversation, and a large part of conversation was about ensuring that our students with IEPs did not lose the opportunity for electives, given a reduction of sections. So that conversation was had in the committee meetings. The duration of the classroom, the duration of the sections themselves, meaning 85-minute classes, did not necessarily come up in the conversation, but that then I reflect on our instructional practices and our supports that our special ed teams provide. It will definitely provide our teachers with an ability to be much more creative in their design in instructional, addressing in the SAA classes, the instructional approaches.
Thank you, Ms. Jimbo. Thank you, Ms. Degar. Vice President Chang.
2 questions. First question is the projected, if we went to a 7-period schedule of 8 fewer teachers, and then the plan to not cut staff and adjust that through attrition, do we know who the 8 teachers are that we project will be gone through attrition? The reason I ask that is, when teachers retire and things like that, how do we ensure that that evenly matches what the needs are of the 2 school sites, the 2 middle schools, right? Like who leaves each year? How do we know that that kind of matches the needs of each department, each school, and how when we say that there won't be impacts on the instructional program? Thank you.
Yep. Ms. Victor, do you want to talk about this aspect of it?
Sure. I think I can say that a couple of meetings ago, we did have some staff members who did resign, and we have, we're monitoring very closely who's leaving us in the upcoming year. And so, we have a couple of teachers from each school who won't be returning to us next year. And so, by their natural resignation and moving on, we'll be in good shape for the upcoming year.
So a follow-up question then. So we have 67 teachers between the 2 middle schools. So 8 teachers, so that's a 12% reduction in staff. So can you explain more about how that will impact class sizes and things to have 12% less teachers at our middle school?
about how that won't impact class sizes?
Yeah, because I'm just imagining, like you have fewer teachers, it means that you have fewer teachers and courses, and I'm just trying to understand how, I want to kind of fully understand the trade-offs between having 8 less teachers between the 2 middle schools.
Sure. If we think about the number of students, we have, let's just say 800 students at Graham. If we have an 8-period day, those 800 students need 8 classes, and we need teachers to teach all of those 8 classes. If we have 800 students who only need 7 classes, we only need enough teachers to teach that number of classes. It's fewer classes that kids will enroll in, which is why it's fewer teachers that we need to be in the classroom teaching that number of classes, if that makes sense.
Thank you. And just last question, this might be just a quick one. Should I do rounds? So when this meeting came up in, well, the first time and the last time that this came up to us at the March 14th meeting, why wasn't the slide on the financial impact on us anticipating that this would save like 1.2 million? Why wasn't that slide in the March 14th presentation to the board? And that was also the meeting that we had our interim budget report. And I'm just trying to understand, if the district knew that they were internally trying to make cost savings and cuts in our interim budget, why wasn't there mention that we are looking at trying to save a few $1,000,000? Because it wasn't in either the board packet for this item, and it wasn't in our interim budget for March 14th.
So Dr. Westover did make reference to the Google lease ending, and it's actually in the presentation. And we often, behind the scenes, are making adjustments financially all the time. And so in my almost 10 years here, we've only brought out to the board when we've had to make budget cuts. And we've done that once, and it was a very public process. Where we identified we needed, I believe at that time it was $8 million that we had to adjust for. And we brought to the board that here were the potential items that we had to cut. And I remember the process. We were in Graham. There was a lot of back and forth. I think we reduced our at-risk from 11 months to 10 months. Librarians were on the cutting block. And it was, the board eventually made some directions and would send us back to make additional ones. But in this instance, we were able to avert any of those uncomfortable conversations. And so, similar to what we do financially behind the scenes all the time, when we make adjustments, we just simply make them and we keep moving. At the same time, I just want to point out, I didn't create the first presentation, I created this one. And, if anytime I present, we end up being around 45 to 60 to 70 slides, just because I take a lot more time and I have an understanding of what questions are going to come up. And so this presentation was prepared by me based off of feedback that I've received from the board to illuminate all of the different challenges that sort of exist. Whereas the other time I was simply bringing a recommendation that came from the committee. And I will say that one of the lessons learned is next time we'll just have the committee actually make the presentation. I won't be making the presentation anymore. I think that way you understand who is really coming from, as opposed to simply thinking that this is something that I'm driving. And I think that's a great opportunity to lesson. But and the final thing is just real quick, we didn't understand the full impact of while we received a letter from Google stating that they were terminating the lease. We are still working behind the scenes to make sure they're adhering to all the agreements that are outlined in the lease. But we know that we can't count that salary or that lease revenue. And so on March 4th, when we met, was right before second interim takes, I think if Ms. Pongo or Dr. Westover want to point out, I think it takes them a couple months to actually do. And so there was no way that we have been able to turn it around that quickly after a meeting on March 4th and be able to say, here's what the financial impact is, especially because even today, while we understand that we're going to lose this revenue, we don't know whether or not what parts of the lease we're going to adhere to. And there are some certain items that have come up behind closed doors that we can't discuss right now. In terms of the lease requirements that we need to sort of address also. And so that's why Dr. Westover made reference to the lease revenue disappearing. We didn't talk about the 3.7 because we felt like we had addressed it already.
Trustee Lambert?
Sure, I'll keep going with my questions. So once, if this schedule change is put in place, how do you plan on monitoring its success? And how will you know if it succeeds? And if it doesn't succeed, how do you think will the district respond?
Well, I think there's a couple of ways. So the first one is, and just based off of a couple of items that have already come up. One, we need to address the sub-issue, and so we can monitor how many times a teacher loses a prep period, and how effective our implementation of a permanent sub at the middle schools is, and we'll continue to monitor that. The second one is that we do test our students over the course of a year, and one of the board goals is to track growth. So we will be monitoring the academic progress of our students over time, not only for growth, but also to see if we are reducing the amount of students who are performing below standard. And then I think the other part of this is that they're naturally through Sown to Grow surveys, as well as the LCAP survey, which includes the climate, that information we will look at also. In terms of what we do afterwards, just similar to what we did with the previous schedule, the 8-period day schedule, we've made multiple changes to that actual schedule. We have, again, for people who don't remember, the minimum day for middle schools used to be on Monday. It was not, and it was actually a late start. It wasn't a early dismissal. We moved it to Thursday to align, and then at that time, the original schedule had all the classes meeting on Thursday instead of Monday. And based off of teacher feedback, which is one of the first changes we made, was that we moved the all class meeting day to Monday because teachers felt like it was really hard to meet with all the classes for even a shorter amount of time than what we currently have on Thursday, because they really felt like they needed to make sure that students started off the week on a right foot. So we'll continue to make adjustments. And then in the event, similar to what we're doing right now, knowing that, if we're seeing a decline, and as with any initiative, if we're seeing a decline in student performance, I think that warrants the opportunity to come back and sort of address it. And so we'll be a lot more forward with presenting that, similar to what we did last year when we started noticing that we had 4 schools that had a high number of kinders and first graders who could not read. I was upfront with the board and said, we need to address this, and we've been monitoring those particular programs. I think moving forward, we'll be a lot more mindful of what practices are taking place at the middle school and address those too. And, every year we can provide an update to the board to say, what's working and what's not working, and here are the changes that we're actually going to make. But the student achievement data, absences, loss of planning periods, whether or not increasing sub pay, we've changed sub pay. All those items are data points that we can look at to see, are we starting to see a positive trend in terms of student performance.
Thank you. One more question. I want to address the fiscal impact in a way, following up on Trustee Chang's question. As I understand from the presentation that, saving $1.2 million was never an initial objective, but rather sort of an outcome of this new schedule change. The slide you have about what would happen, if we had to, didn't have this $1.2 million savings, and the programs we'd have to cut seem to be very counterproductive for the district, not meeting our goals. Why can't this money just be taken out of our reserves? We run very conservative reserves.
That's the board direction in terms of if you want us to, but you have to understand that so it's not so much about year 3, what we do in year 3, it's about year 1. And year one has a larger impact on year three than whatever we do in year three. So you could dip into your reserves, but you will see the reserves dip a lot lower. So right now we're right at 17% in order to offer the raises. Without making the 3.7, we were around 9%. And that doesn't include whether or not we get a successor agreement, which is what came through from the county. I think it was, I saw it this week, but I think it came right before we went on break. So it doesn't include that. So our goal was to address, you know, the NYP, but it is, I mean, anything is possible if that's the board's direction. But the only time we've dipped into our reserves is when the board has provided us the direction to actually do it. So when the pandemic hit, the board was very clear that we are going to dip into our reserves to move to one-to-one and provide the tools that our kids need. And that's the only time that we've actually went 50, I think we would drop down to like 15 or 13%.
Going back just to that one slide, I just want to make clear, please confirm that, you know, if we don't go forward with this proposal, these other programs don't necessarily need to get cut to save the $1.2 million.
They don't, but we're going to have to make some adjustments somewhere to make sure that we meet the board requirement of 17 or that we drop below, but we'll also need to understand what the fiscal impact is. And I can't, right now, I feel confident saying that we can adhere to the TA. I can't necessarily guarantee that unless I find another 1.2. So that's the trade-off, right? When we met with Google, we had rushed to make adjustments, canceling contracts with vendors, and all these behind the scene things that nobody's ever going to notice, right? Things that are really may impact staff, but won't impact the school sites. But in this instance, in order to guarantee the TA and, you know, has 5, 5, and 4, well, that's based off of the premise that, or the financial assumption that we removed $3.7 million in order to do it. And so that's the part that I can't guarantee until we go back and look at it. So it is possible that we'll have to reopen negotiations if we can't find a way to get the 1.2. And at the time, 1.2 meant somebody had to get laid off. And that's the point that we were at. And again, I just want to point out, there are some positions that have been eliminated as a result of it, but we were able to handle that through attrition. I'm talking about even in the district office and with administrators. But I can't guarantee that that's going to be the case the next time. But, you know, between now and the end of the year, if the board says, hey, let's drop down, we'll do our best to figure out what happens. And we'll have to bring that back to you at the next board meeting and say, we've looked at it and here's what the consequence of this will be.
Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. I have one more question in the context of the timing of the school year when this conversation is coming up and potential implementation. I've heard some concerns about this is too late. It's much later than normal. But when my sons were at Graham like 12 or 15 years ago, the schedules were always put together maybe the last few weeks before the end of the school year and also into the first month after school got out. And I'm just wondering whether that's changed or trying to understand what the context is of when the principals and staff would ordinarily be building the middle school schedules for the next school year.
So the direction has been since I've been here that the schedule is finished by the time we close out the year, which is June 30th. So it's going to be tighter, it's going to be tougher, it's going to it'll require a little bit more work, but we're still on pace for that. When I first arrived, middle school principals were working in July and even in August to actually build the schedule. And that is a tenuous sort of process that we do want to avoid. And as a former middle school and high school principal, I can just tell you, like, it feels a lot better to make sure that you walk out of, for the summer with that issue resolved. So we still have time. It just means that some of the middle school administrators will need to work a little bit later. And our tech team is ready, to help. They provide a lot of assistance in terms of scheduling. And so we will do that, but we are on hold. We would have already started the scheduling process, and we're currently on hold until the board makes a decision. So right now, if you choose to vote at the next meeting, we won't be able to start until May 3rd. And there's a process that has to go with it, but that what it means right now is that the window for choosing electives is only getting shorter or smaller and smaller just because of testing as well as some other items.
Thank you.
And trustees, I have questions as well, if that's okay. Unless Trustee Berman, okay. So I would love, Dr. Westover, if you're available, I don't know if you're on right now. The fiscal outlook, when we look at the state budget, right now we have the January budget that the governor dropped, and we haven't gotten to the May revise yet, but I wonder if you can speak to anticipated impacts on our school district from the state budget.
Yeah, anticipated impacts from the state budget are fairly limited. So during our second interim, we actually had a slide on that because I knew that was on everyone's mind. We shouldn't see huge swings in our budget because most of our funding comes from our property taxes.
Okay, so even our unduplicated fees that we get and the AMIM monies, we don't anticipate those being affected?
It is a potential that they'll be affected and there'll be a small cut. But in terms of large budget swings, we shouldn't see large budget swings. But yes, there could be a small cut coming our way.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing I just want to point out is we track developer fees, which sort of helps us to understand sort of what's coming. So for those of you who don't know, developer fees are the fees that are paid when a project is being approved. And this time last year, we had about $1.7 million more in developer fees, which meant that there was more projects underway. Typically those projects with that assessed value growth shows up about 2 to 3 years later. This year again, in the 9 years that I've been here, this is the lowest that I've ever seen it. In fact, last month, the developer fees paid to the district was only $1,983, which signals to us that there is a sizable economic downturn that will impact our assessed value growth. And we've adjusted, we budgeted in. If you look at our projections in year 2 and 3, we're extremely conservative because we see that. But there's not a month on the record in 10 years that I've been here that has ever been $1,000, which means that was an individual property owner who's actually did it. The other thing is just the thing that sort of pushes us a lot is commercial and apartment growth. And so far, apartment has actually been the biggest one for us over the last couple of years. No new apartment permits have been pulled in the Bay Area over the last year. And so we're seeing an extreme retraction. In fact, it's part of the reason why Google laid off a lot of their real estate department and has abandoned, I think right around the same time that they announced they were going to stop the preschool, they also announced they were going to end the Lend Lease project. And Lend Lease is the organization that they were using to build the apartment complexes out in the North Bay Shore area. And they're doing that both in Sunnyvale as well as in San Jose. And so the other piece of this is just that's the other concern, the shoe that hasn't dropped just yet.
Well, and they've canceled the Landings project, which was their big commercial project. Like they split off from the contract first, but now they've announced that Landings is dead. They're not moving forward right now. So my next question, so we have a wellness committee, and I'm thinking about this just in general, trustees on the board, we've advocated, some of us, for a social emotional learning curriculum, a cohesive approach across the district for years. And the state has a newer SEL approach called transformative social emotional learning, where they've put out a framework at the state level, but it's not mandatory, it's optional. They're still taking feedback on it. And there aren't, that I know of, curriculums that have been developed to meet it. And so we've kind of, every year we've said, let's wait and see what the state does, because we don't want to adopt something and then have to pay for something new. But at this point, I mean, I don't know that that's ever going to happen. I'm wondering, for the long list of things that you talked about that could be an advisory, is that something that our wellness committee could take up looking at? And that involves parents as well as teachers and experts, or how do we get input into what that advisory period will be and make sure it's really robust?
Ms. Director Jimbo, would you like to discuss that?
Absolutely. So over the last couple of years since I've started, actually the Health and Wellness Committee and its subcommittee for SEL has worked on synthesizing the state's information, because there hasn't been a state committee or an organization that has done that for the school districts. So we've actually spent the last couple of years actually working through all of that information that you're describing in the TSEL competencies and materials, so that we can set a foundation for our district in order to work towards it with regard to key learning development standards, where we want to see students developing to developmentally at each grade level or age level. And so we're primed for this work. And those committees have included parents, community members, teachers. The SEL committee, subcommittee, in fact, has been all entirely teachers represented from across the district, and every school is represented on this committee. So we are primed for that. And with the addition of counselors next year, we have a whole team that will be able to have produce materials, robust materials, even if we wanted to explore trying out certain curriculums for longer term adoption.
And then are there opportunities where the committee or that SEL subcommittee open up for new participants to join? Like I sit on the equity committee, and we're kind of anyone can come and join us sort of thing. But are there ways that if parents or other teachers who might not have paid attention to it until now are really interested, that they could get involved?
Absolutely. Great question. So we put out an invitation every year at the beginning of the school year through our district newsletters, inviting participants to the Health and Wellness Committee. We accept applicants at the beginning of the year every year. And for the SEL committee, we really focused on our teacher input. We tapped principals on the shoulder saying, you know, nominate some folks for this subcommittee, because it was much more instructionally focused. So we wanted that instructional background to be able to inform the understanding of the developmental stages that students have across all the grade levels. So there's opportunities at the beginning of the school year every year. And in fact, we take inquiry during the school year, say, hey, I'm interested in joining. And we invite them to apply for the Health and Wellness Committee as well.
Okay, thank you. I imagine, you know, we've seen it with many of our other advisory committees, and I saw it especially during COVID. There were experts from all kinds of fields who joined us to help us, you know, tackle new and big things that we were trying to address. And so I'm sure we have some psychiatrists out there, and I'm sure we have, you know, somebody with, well, curriculum background. I bet there are volunteers who would be really great if we can open that up. My next question, thank you, Ms. Jimbo. My next question is about, you know, those longer blocks, the 85 minutes, you had talked about possibly project-based learning. I was a teacher at Stevenson for a couple of years, and so project-based learning is near and dear to my heart, experiential hands-on learning. It does take some support to get off the ground and do. If this is the course that we end up on, how would we support teachers in being able to do that?
So I think there's two ways that we approach this. And it's not just about the project-based learning, but it's also about just the increase in the instructional time. The first one is that we provide additional funding for professional development to our middle schools so that they can address the increased demands. And then also making sure that our instructional coaches that we have that are at the middle schools, that we're working with them to help teachers sort of realize those types of items. But in both cases, we can definitely support from out of Mr. Gar's office, from a curriculum as well as from an instructional standpoint. And then we can work with both middle schools to help them sort of address it. Similar to what we've been doing all year long around the science of reading, there have been professional development series that have occurred after school. There's been professional development that's occurred during the school day or during the faculty meetings. And then obviously all the instructional coaches have been trained, and we'll follow a similar model in that regard.
Thank you. And then when there was one of the mentions of trying to allow courses, not even just wheels, but courses that are just one trimester long. If a student was to list their electives for the year, and let's say they had 2 electives and they chose art for one class, which maybe let's say that was a year-long class, but then they wanted to choose 3 different things for the other trimesters, would that all get determined at the very beginning of the school year so they'd know, even though it wasn't a wheel, they'd know what their schedule was for the year, or would it shift somewhere along the way?
So it happens sort of both ways, but the most important way that it occurs is actually at the start of the year. So once we open up the elective process, it's really a data gathering approach. So, I mean, I can nerd out on this for a little bit, but essentially what you do is you go out and you say, what are you really interested in? And then we look at all the tallies of the actual courses, and that helps us to design which courses you're really interested in. And then from there, as an administrator, what I would do is I would say, these are the courses that really require. So some of them we have instructional minutes that you have to adhere to. And then others are just courses that, teachers are like, hey, I can do this in a very truncated amount of time. And so then you start to create what those look like. So the students express their interest first, and then what you do is you create the actual courses, and from there, you start to say, okay, here's what the courses will look like. And you sort of offer them. And then it goes into sort of, the system, and you're looking at, okay, so what courses are going to, based off of interest and based off of where it is placed within the actual the day, instructional day, you start to look at like, how can I maximize this course? And you set the limits in terms of the class size, and then when I was a scheduler, I'm always moving classes up and down, right? Because there are some classes like, let's say PE, that have larger class sizes that allow you to sort of, if you put it first period, you're going to fill this one up. Then that means that you open up other periods for other things, right? And so what ends up happening is that as a master scheduler, you start adjusting periods and classes, and then you start aligning it, right? So for every 9-week class, you will make sure there's 2 to 3 9-week classes that correspond with it. So that is always sort of a rotation through. And in the schedule, it's like a puzzle piece, right? You're just putting different pieces of the puzzle together. But you would start there. And then from that standpoint, the next thing, and I'm only speaking as me as a scheduler. I'm not speaking about, what Ms. Flores-Aki or Dr. Galassi would do. There are times when you start saying to yourself, like, so we always had a process, and it depends on the school, right? At the high school, we made everybody commit up front because there were graduation requirements that we had to adhere to, and sometimes we have to reschedule a kid because we had a block schedule. It was actually called a 4x4. So kids only took 4 classes, and so if they failed that course, that was an EOC course, we had to dump them back in. So we were always adjusting kids' schedule based off of what took place. But in this instance, we finalized it because we were trying to, that's just our approach. But at the middle school, what we would do is at the beginning of the year, after kids had it, you had another chance for kids to say, this isn't really what I wanted. And you do this massive schedule for the first 2 weeks. You're doing this massive schedule changes. you're filling holes and you're allowing people to change. And then even after that, you have one more approach afterwards, which is there are some times when a class just isn't the right fit, right? And so what you do, and we've done this a couple of times throughout the year, you pull a kid out of the class, or the kid may say, or a parent may say, like, I really need my kid to be in this class. And so you're able to look at the class size and make adjustments if the periods sort of align. And so you can, it's sort of a, all of those approaches are possible depending on, different
How it plays
factors.
out. So there could be a little bit of movement, but okay. That's
But the majority of the schedule is
Will be
pretty much set
okay.
by the start of the school year. And what you're doing is filling holes or making adjustments based off of student needs.
Okay. And then the Mistral transfer piece, I know we're talking about that for this year, but I also know since my child, when I came as a parent to this district and my child entered kindergarten at Mistral in 2018, there were parents who had been advocating for years for the Mistral students, the dual immersion program, to extend in some way through middle school to maintain a core class in Spanish. Will that transfer still be possible after this year? Are we saying as a district that we commit to that for the future, reinforcing the dual immersion program in the middle school?
Yes, and we will do that. And then if the board, I know that parents have approached the board, and I think there was a public comment like a month or so ago about increasing it. I think if the board wants to go further in terms of the dual immersion program, we can look at sort of what that means. But based off of the feedback that we just had, we knew that we used to offer this class. And so this is the opportunity to bring it back because now we're not asking teachers to pick up more and more electives. So the idea is that we will commit to it and make sure that it happens, but we can't commit to it at both school sites in the beginning, which is why we requested those 10 students, if they choose, would be allowed to attend
Transfer. And then that, I imagine, frees up the Spanish teachers so that more students could take Spanish.
Correct.
Who didn't come from the dual immersion program.
Correct. So your need to have the advanced classes is reduced because you now have an advanced class that's in a core curriculum. And we have looked at our current curriculum, and it is all in some of the sections, it is offered in Spanish. And so this is an easy sort of thing that we can do to put. And we have some BCLAC teachers at both middle schools that we could possibly place in there. But we have all the tools that are necessary, which is also one of the challenges we didn't have. But yes, we would not need a I think right now we have one Spanish teacher at both schools. We wouldn't need them to teach an advanced level. And, there's 50 kids who are trying to take that. And then so that's really 2 classes. And then you have kids in 7th grade and 8th grade. We can eliminate that and open up more Spanish offerings to other students.
And then my last question, and then we have 2 more, it looks like, from trustees, and then we'll get to public comment. And this is part of why we wanted to move this agenda item earlier in the schedule, because there's the presentation. There's also a lot of questions from trustees, and I know we have a lot of public comment.
And I will adjust the temperature.
Oh, yes.
In a second.
Anyone can just hit that button up on the thermostat right behind you.
It's a touch screen.
You can hit it up a couple of degrees and it will get better. Thank you. So we have, middle school is tricky because there's single subject credential teachers. And for our electives, my understanding is we have some teachers who are teaching core classes like history and social studies, English, math, science, who then also have a prep to teach an elective as well. And then we have all of our fine arts family who have single subject credentials in music or in art. And so they, to a certain extent, they're almost like a core class. Their credential is in that what's seen as an elective, but it's in that subject. And so one of the concerns I've heard from a lot of parents is that the arts programming is going to be cut back if we reduce electives. Are those arts teachers being cut back? Are they part of the attrition we're looking at?
No, these are content course teachers who are teaching extra electives because, you know, they have 6 periods and kids have to have 8. And so it's not the core visual and performance arts teachers. Those teachers are not accounting in any of the attrition. We're not reducing the number of courses. They, you know, if there are 2 art teachers, there are 2 art teachers. If there are 3, if there's a band, orchestra, and chorus teacher, then there's a band, orchestra, and chorus teacher. None of that is counted in our numbers. The teachers we're looking at are the teachers that were overstaffed in the other areas and that we asked to pick up an elective because there was only so many math classes they can have, and we had a need to create more electives. And so they were, you know, to their credit, they were teaching electives that they were coming up with every single year and trying the best to create a curriculum. And that's what's being reduced.
Thank you. Trustee Blakely and then Trustee Berman.
I just had a quick follow-up on the B-clad Spanish. A few years ago, since I've been on the board, there was one year we couldn't find a Spanish teacher at Graham. Another year we couldn't find one at Crittenden. It's just been that there's a huge shortage of teachers that do B-clad, and most of the bilingual or whatever the certified Spanish teachers tend to teach at the high school level. So I just want to make sure I applaud trying to have a core content class for our Mistral students, you know, to do in middle school that's not just Spanish language. But are we confident that we will be able to hire appropriately for that, or can we always make that a priority so that we do?
Yes, we're confident that we can make it a priority. The good thing about doing it right now is that we have enough runway. Similar to, you know, I know when we talked about shifting to bringing counselors internally, the question was, well, can we hire enough counselors? And then we came out the gate with 7 counselors, and we've been working to fill the other ones. When you have time, you're able to do it. When you don't have time, then you start to run into the other issues. And, you know, one of the other considerations that we can have is also considering that it's a hard to staff position, and we can start to take some approaches like we do with special ed, which is to incentivize teachers to come to us. So we feel pretty confident in our ability to do it, even if that means that we have to incentivize. But I do think that this is, if we were doing this in June, I would be very skeptical, but I think right now we're in a good position.
I also have a question about the Spanish class. So just to clarify, I want to make sure I heard correctly. The Spanish core class would then take the place of the advanced Spanish elective. Is that correct?
It can be an opportunity to move kids. I'm not saying that there won't be an advanced Spanish class, because there may be kids who take Spanish 1, Spanish 2, Spanish 3. What I'm simply saying is that there are kids who are beyond the Spanish 3 level when they come into the school because they have spent 6 years at Mistral learning. And
sure,
you know, it's an easy A for them, and we want to challenge those students too. We want to enrich them and keep them going. So
sounds like both of those classes.
Both of those could.
Then for our Mistral families, our Mistral students, they would take a core class, but it would be in Spanish, and therefore they have the opportunity to take 2 other electives. Wouldn't count as an elective, it counts as a core class.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we will now move on to public comment. If you are here in person and you'd like to comment, they already fixed the temperature. If you'd like to comment, you're here in person. If you could bring your speaker card up so that I can count how many speakers we have and figure out how to divide the time. And then we'll also, if you are online and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone. Both of those options will let you comment. I'm going to give people a moment to raise their hands and turn in their cards. Then I'm going to count up how many we have, and we'll figure out how to allocate the minutes. I have it. And then.
President Conley, I had a question.
Yes.
How many minutes are we allocating? Our board bylaws say that.
I discussed this at the beginning of the
So I
meeting,
missed
Trustee
it.
Chang.
Could you explain then?
What I said then was but it's a good time to review it. So thank you for the reminder. In our bylaws, we have it set up so that for agendas, 10 minutes are allocated for public comment on every item. Usually that time is divided amongst the speakers, but the max would be 3 minutes per person. The lowest would be 1 minute per person. If there are more than 10 speakers, then I have the discretion as board president to extend to 20 minutes and give every speaker 1 minute. If there are more than 20 speakers, I can ask the board if they agree to extend the speaking time so that everyone can be heard at 1 minute per person.
Question, it is my understanding that the bylaws say that it may be limited to 20 minutes, but we don't have to limit.
It's at the board's discretion.
Because
right?
many bodies on issues will go beyond 20 minutes to
I
ensure
just
that
can't-
public feedback is given.
What
properly.
we say is that I can't make the call by myself. I have to ask the board for approval to do so, to go beyond the 20 minutes. And so we still have a majority here, so I can ask you three in a moment when we count them up. And I wanted to make sure, I know how hard it is to keep a little one up after bedtime. I want to make sure I get you at the front of the queue. Could you remind me of your name real quick? Okay. All right. Let's see. I'm going to close in about 10 seconds the opportunity to raise your hand online. So the number of hands, the people whose hands are up, I will take a screenshot of so we know who they are. I know sometimes you hear other people talking and you get an idea and you want to pop your hand up in that moment. But because I have to allocate the time fairly ahead of time, I'm going to have to close the opportunity to raise your hand so that I can count up everyone who's here. That being said, if you think of something that you didn't get to say, or if you're speaking 1 minute and you run out of time, please write to the board. We all read your emails. We really do appreciate the feedback and the written input as well. So if you don't get to all of your comments, please write to us. All right, I have 8 speakers online. I'm going to screenshot those speakers and we're going to close the time to raise your hand online now. And in person, I have nine speakers. So we have a total of 17 speakers. So I don't even have to go to the board. I'm going to allocate 1 minute per speaker. I can't, oh, let me read the card. Hold on. We have 1 card with a lead speaker. So everyone else gets 1 minute. The lead speaker, if I can ask Nancy, Ali A, Katie A, Jonathan S, and Mike A to raise your hands so I know you're here. Okay. So I'm going to allocate 3 minutes for you, if that's okay, because we have so many other speakers. And you can speak for a total of 3 minutes. We're going to start with the in-person comments. We're going to start with Heather, and then we'll have Lillian and Ollie, so you can start to line up behind the podium. We're going to get a timer up, and when you see the timer, you're welcome to start.
I don't see a timer. Do you want me to start or? Okay. Just want to make sure I didn't mess up. Thank you for being patient with my baby. Okay. Just a little bit of background. My grandfather is a principal and a teacher. My father is a superintendent, a principal, and a teacher. I am a teacher, and I come to you as a mother and an educator and a taxpayer, and I'm here as a voice for the students and teachers. Data. There's been no data showing this schedule will close the gaps ranging from student achievement, absenteeism, and depression. Class time. According to the NAESP, the middle school attention span is about 10 to 12 minutes. 85 minutes this consistently is unreasonable, especially for the numerous students with an ADHD IEP. When they get to high school, they can adapt, just like elementary schools adapt to middle schools. You champion advocacy and inclusion, but over 700 students feel ignored. Teacher-driven attrition is a nice way of saying less staff overtime, skipping, but they're not lining up to, I obviously have not talked to all or even a majority of teachers. However, I've yet to talk to a teacher in favor of this schedule, but we keep saying the schedule is giving the teachers what they want. They have less time to prep, have to facilitate brain breaks, need.
Thank you. I'm sorry. You can always send in the rest of your written comments. Lillian?
Hi, my name's Lillian Good. I would say schedule reorganization may in fact be necessary for Mountain View Western School District, but voting tonight on the current proposal is premature. There are numerous parameters that still need to have further consideration. The one I highlight now is that the current proposal does not meet the needs of our most vulnerable school population, the English language learners and the special education students. Currently, with 8 periods, students with sufficient needs have the option to get 2 periods of targeted instruction, instructional support and RTI for special education students, and instructional support and ELD for the English language learners with an IEP. With the reduction to 7 periods, it's proposed to reduce the targeted or explicit instruction for these students during elective time to a single period. Students will be reduced from 410 minutes of necessary and individualized instruction to 232 minutes, a reduction of 44%. How can these students who are already struggling still achieve the necessary growth when their support is reduced so drastically?
Thank you. Thank you for your time. And I did want to note for the public, this is a discussion item, so it's not a voting item tonight.
Good evening, trustees, Dr. Rudolph, and audience members. My name is Oliver Pollock. I'm a 7th grader at Crittenden Middle School, and my pronouns are he, they. And I'm the student who started the petition that has 719 signatures, most of which are parents and students from the MVWSD school district. The main problem I have with this proposed schedule is 90-minute block periods are too long for kids with or without ADHD to pay attention in class. I am also concerned about losing an elective. I and many other students are in instructional support and RTI, and this schedule would take away one of our electives, leaving us with one elective period. And while yes, an advisory period would be useful, I believe there's a way to do it that does not compromise students' elective periods. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Arifa, followed by Dennis, followed by Erica.
Hi, trustees. As our representative, we want you to ask Dr. Rudolph to be transparent and truthful. He completely is dishonest and he lies on every presentation, including this one. The paper that they have referred in today's presentation, if you read that paper, it says that it does not make any difference for middle school age good kids, only 1% difference for the elementary age kids. So you can just keep copy pasting all these different information from the internet that doesn't even make sense, and they just hope that nobody will read it. Also, it's very important to clear our teacher's name. This definitely did not come from our teachers. And in this meeting, I would ask members, if there are teachers here, ask them directly, do the investigation where this come from, because Dr. Rudolph is still saying that, oh, I don't know where it came from, and this is not me. So there is absolutely no reason, as you mentioned, Dr. Lambert, there is absolutely no reason to look into the schedule if you really wanted to improve scores and if you really wanted to take care of the students who are disadvantaged. So please look into it and investigate it. Of course, this is not going to happen. We're not going to let 1.2 million go from our teachers' pocket.
Thank you, Ms. Nassar. Thank you, Dr. Nassar. Dennis?
Yes, 2 points. One is my school, when I was growing up, 7 hours could provide for 8 periods. If you have roughly 45-minute periods, you can basically get your 225 minutes of instruction, which I applaud, and yet at the same time still have 8 periods. That if you work out the math, that's the first math. The second math here is, I believe the student spending from what I saw last night is about $25,000 per pupil. So if you have a classroom, say, of 20 kids, that's $500,000 per classroom. The teachers, as we have talked about here, make about $150,000. So there's $350,000 per classroom that is not going into the teachers' pockets. So one of the questions is, or the concern is, if we have to cut $1.2 million with $350,000 per classroom, we ought to be able to.
Thank you, Dennis. Erica?
Hi, I've got 4 points to make. The first one is the chronic absenteeism, numbers are alarming. They popped up very dramatically. I think that should be one of our #1 concerns. And quite frankly, I'm not an expert, but I have to imagine that's going to have a huge impact on student performance. So any solution that doesn't include addressing that directly, I think is missing the mark. And frankly, I think getting rid of electives will just make that worse. Why bother coming at all? Because maybe those are things that kept people coming. feelings of belonging. Also, if you want to get feelings of belonging, I don't know if you remember being in middle school, but I don't think that one SEL class a week is really going to work with the cynics. Okay, electives and having fun with their friends, that might do it. Percentage of students at or above, bring back the double block of math because that worked. And these are not conversations. If you want to have a healthy dialogue, you have to actually have a two-way conversation.
Thank you. Mohan, Nung, and I apologize if I mispronounce your names. And then Nancy A will have 3 minutes. She's the third speaker.
Thank you, trustees, for your time and attention. There are two things we need to address: the content of the proposal and the process in which it was developed and communicated. And both of them have been a complete disaster. I don't have time to go through all of the issues with the content of the proposal. Other people have spoken to that, but basically there is zero evidence that has been presented that any of the changes that they propose are going to solve any of the problems that they cited. Absolutely zero evidence. And they've misrepresented data. There's tons of bad data and irrelevant data and incoherent data in these proposals. And if we had more time, I would go through slide by slide and show you what that is. The bigger problem is the process in which this was developed. It was developed by a secret committee of 8 teachers and administrators, no input from parents or students. And when it was first disclosed to us, it was told it's going to happen whether we like it or not. This is a public school community. That is not acceptable behavior. The superintendent's messaging is not acceptable in the way he's positioned this.
Thank you, Mohan. Nung?
Hello. Thank you. I was hoping to go to our school culture day and I missed it. Can you hear me? Okay.
If you pull the microphone down. Thank you.
Okay. So I have 4 points for this. The schedule change, I think it's just too rushed. It needs at least like a year planning and piloting. And to go from February 3 meetings to present this in March 14 and planning to finalize the schedule on June 30th with no data, no backup. That just not good. And then the case and cycle that Dr. Rudolph mentioned, there are 3 steps that, the 3 phases, like test the solution, regularly measure and analyze the result, and if it's successful, adopt the solution. Those seem to be skipping through if it's approved and implemented in June. The Wednesday and extended Thursday block schedule, Cupertino, I looked at the 3 tops, middle school, Cupertino, Kennedy, Lawson, and Miller. They have regular 50 to 55 periods. They don't have these extended block schedules. Just want to point that out. Suspension data, I think is faulty. 2020 in March to June of 2021. Actually, sorry.
Thank you. And then Nancy, and we'll put 3 minutes up on the timer. And then we'll move on to our online speakers. Oh, yes. And Trustee Blakely is pointing out, if you didn't get to say all of your comments and you haven't already sent them to us, or even if you had, feel free to send them to us at trustees@mvwsd.org, or you can email the trustees separately.
Thank you so much. I know that you all have heard from me previously, but I do want to stand up as an advocate for the arts. There's been a lot of talk, especially from Dr. Rudolph, about increasing instructional minutes. And I would posit that art instruction is important to our education. And we should not be taking away from art to give to core time. Or at the very least, we should look at other options. I was really, really mad about this. And I went into the school this morning and I spoke with 2 members of the scheduling committee. And I feel better. I know that the teachers really have the students' best interest at heart. The parents really have the students' best interest at heart. This thing has morphed from a teacher initiative to a district budget savings initiative without any transparency for the public. So I am asking the board to please make room for engagement with the public. This is not enough. Also, make room for engagement with the teachers, engagement with the students, and please ensure that this process is transparent. I think I'm getting a migraine, so I'm going to try to yield my time if I may. But I also want to mention one thing, site-based management. I don't know if Dr. Rudolph has Googled it, but I did. And it says site-based management means that parents and teachers have a say in the operation of the school. Another definition, site-based management is a strategy to impose or to improve education by transferring significant decision-making authority. This is to the parents and to the teachers. So I ask you to please let us be involved. I think that the teachers would welcome community engagement. And I don't know why this has turned into a budget issue directed by the district. I'd like to yield my time.
Thank you, Nancy. I just want to add one more thing to what I've said previously. We expect our public school officials to be honest, open, forthright, and transparent, as well as collaborative. The superintendent has been none of these things. He's told obvious lies, he's actively suppressed community input, and he's passed the blame on this proposal to the teachers, not taking responsibility for the fact that he is the one who told us this is happening whether we like it or not. His conduct has been unacceptable, and I ask you to hold him accountable for it. Thank you.
All right, thank you to all of our in-person speakers. We will now move on to our online speakers. And as I noted earlier, I took a screenshot when we closed the opportunity to raise your hand. So I have the list of speakers here. I'm going to list all of them in order, and then I'll go back to the first one and we'll start there. So Anna Reed, Christine K. Slow, RK, Chris Perry, Zauer, Tutu, Ling, and Tom. Those are our online speakers. We will start with Anna Reed. You may unmute yourself when you are ready. You have 1 minute.
Hi there, my name is Anna Reed. I am a parent of 6th and 8th graders at GMS, and I support the decision to decrease the number from 8 to 7 classes. My own children are overloaded with homework from the amount of classes, and the cascading schedule is just something that we struggle as a family to get used to and to manage. I like the idea of an advisory to take care of nuts and bolts, so that's not impacting instructional time. And I also feel that the lowering of preps for core teachers so they can focus on core instruction versus elective instruction is also a good idea. And someone earlier mentioned CUSD and their schools not on the modified block like proposed, but that's actually something that we are looking into as a teacher in CUSD.
Thank you. Christine K. Slow.
Yes, hello. I am the parent of 2 students with IEPs and a longtime special education advocate, and I would like to express my concern with the move backward to a 7-period schedule. Electives increase engagement in education for all students, but most especially at-risk students. These classes offer an opportunity for inclusion and exploration that many special education and ELL students desperately need. My daughter is in tears over losing an elective and having only one such class available to her next year. She is angry, as are many other students, and I am concerned about how that anger will reflect on her engagement with school as a whole. I appreciate that this proposed change is teacher-led, and I think that that is a wonderful approach, but the voices of students and parents were not consulted early enough and in a broad enough manner. I am very concerned with the lack of a curriculum for this social emotional learning. I'm a huge proponent of it, but we are not ready for that. We need a plan.
Thank you. Our next speaker is RK. You may unmute yourself when you're ready. RK, are you able to unmute yourself? We will come back to RK. They may have stepped away from their computer for a moment. Chris Perry, you may unmute yourself and when you are ready.
Hi, I'm a parent with a 7th grade daughter at Graham, and I support the 7-period plan. But I had raised one concern in prior meetings that were not addressed in the slides, and so I just wanted to raise that again. And my concern is that outside of the math classes today at Graham, you have a lot of classes such as language arts where you're combining students of different abilities. So you have students reading below grade level in the same class as students well above grade level, and then the whole class gets slowed down. So the advanced students are really getting bored and not challenged in class. The slides do a great job of explaining how this addresses the needs of the trying to catch up students, but it doesn't address the advanced students. And my concern is, without offering more advanced material, are you just going to have more time in class twiddling thumbs? Can we offer honors classes or something with this proposal to keep the advanced students engaged? Thank you.
Harry. Zauer, you have 1 minute. You may unmute yourself.
Hi, yes, my name is Al. So you guys see that you are totally disconnected from the community, including all sitting there, including the superintendent. So nobody knows what you are doing, why you are kind of getting together, what you are discussing, because I'm just accidentally learned all these kind of things which are going on in this school district. And it's not clear for me that what kind of budgeting you are doing, because you can find the budget for additional advisory, social, emotional stuff, which but you are not able to find the budget for the electives, which is weird for me. I don't understand that. And you also kind of looking discriminatory, because you are kind of telling us that some students will get one elective, others will get two electives, like, and there is no any criteria how you will select those students. Like, you are guys totally disconnected. Please be attentive to the community, to the parents. This is not the only me telling you that.
Thank you. Tutu, you may unmute yourself. You have 1 minute.
Good evening. Hi, I have 4 things to say. One, I have incoming 6th grader, and I just had an 8th grader leaving Graham, going to Montgomery High. The 85 minutes seems too long. That's why they don't do that in the middle school. I mean, if you want to stay being prepared for high school, then all of a sudden, the elementary school say, hey, we want to be prepared for middle school. Let's do 85. But, kids at that age, they just can't focus for that long. So doesn't matter how long the class is, how well the teacher prepares. If the kids not learning, kids are not learning. Then the elective, I'm happy for the Miss Draws, in the Spanish, but what about the other few elementary schools? Like, it's not a fair resource allocation. What about the other kids from other schools? They don't need Spanish. Then the emotional class, learning. I mean, I think that maybe that's not exactly going to work, because at that age they don't logical like that. They play, they learn, they team up when they play. So
Thank you. We will now move on to Ling. You may unmute yourself.
Okay, my name is Ling, and I'm a parent of an incoming Graham 6th grader. Since this proposal first came out last month, we have seen this proposal morph into include complex issues involving budget, teacher union negotiations, policy issues such as how to best address chronic absenteeism, discipline, and test scores. There are a lot going on here, and I feel like we need more time to properly understand the trade-offs and engage our parent and student community to work together to meet these challenges. In terms of academic achievement and SEL, studies have shown family engagement to be the greatest factor, yet our parent and student community have mostly been excluded from this process so far. Also, in terms of instructional minutes resulting in improved academic achievement, that mostly applies only minimally at the elementary level. Okay, so typically the other big issue is middle school students lose 20% of allocated instructional time due to other distractions and behavioral issues. So we need to address those first.
Thank you. Tom Sayer, you may unmute yourself. You have 1 minute.
Yeah, hello. My name is Tom Sayer. Can you hear me? I think so. Anyway, I'm a teacher at Graham and have been for 33 years. And the other thing is, my biggest concern is I feel this decision has been completely rushed. Teachers are really not supporting this decision. The other concern I have is when we go to 7 periods, we have a 1 prep, and Graham teachers all year and Crittenden teachers have been forced to substitute for other teachers in the numbers of there's hundreds of days that have been covered for teachers that have been absent. We've had a lot of people out for various reasons. The problem is teachers in these other districts are not forced to sub. And so we'll have no time to prepare for students, especially with this new curriculum.
Thank you. And then we'll circle back to RK. RK, are you able to unmute yourself? You may address the board. You have 1 minute. I am not hearing from RK. I'm not sure who RK is. If you are not able to unmute yourself, or if maybe you've had to step away for some reason, please write to the board. I did see Ting put their hand up earlier, and then it just came up again at the very beginning of public comment. I gave a significant time period for everyone who wanted to speak on Zoom or in person to raise their hands so that we could allocate the time for the speakers fairly. And I took a screenshot of the Zoom hands that were up, and I went through that list already. We had 8 online speakers. Thank you to everyone for your public comment. I know 1 minute is hard. I go to the county board of Supervisors meetings, I go to city council meetings, and it is very, very challenging to say what you want to say in 1 minute, but it really matters that you show up. It really matters that you make your voice heard, even if it feels short. And please write to us, and whatever you have to say is really useful. And we always welcome input from the public. We will now move on to trustee comments. And trustees, one of the things, I talked about it earlier, but if you can also address this in your comments, do you want this to come back as a voting item? Or is it an implementation piece as opposed to a governance piece that would come back just as a discussion item? Vice President Chang.
Thank you. First question, procedural question. I very much support this coming back to the board. It's a community issue.
As a vote or a discussion?
As a vote, as 100% a vote. This is not an operational decision for the district staff. When this comes back, I would say at this moment, with all the extra information, I gratefully we've heard from the community and from the superintendent in the presentation. With the information we have right now, I'll just say that while I had in March 14th said I would support the change with the extra information I've heard since then, at this moment, I do not support the change. And I'd like to say the conditions that be needed for me to support a change. One is I would need to have a clear sense that there's a teacher survey that indeed that majority of the teachers want this. I do think that a really effective school districts and effective middle school, there's like a balance of like, we need to not dismiss the expertise of teachers, and we need to not dismiss the priorities of our parents and our students. And I think the board, it's our job to kind of figure out what that balance is. And if I don't see a survey of what the teachers are wanting, I don't even know what if that's this is a recommendation by the faculty at those 2 schools. The second thing, condition I would needed to change my mind and to support a change would be to see a clear plan on what SEL program would be used in advisory. It was mentioned last time that advisory can be beautiful, but it could also be a real waste of time. And the curriculum is everything. And I support what President Connolly was saying, is that we need a curriculum. And without that, I think time won't lead to the SEL gains we wish without a curriculum. And the larger blocks that Los Altos School District is using at their middle schools, I do, again, concur with President Connolly that it's powerful amount of time for PBL, project-based learning, but project-based learning also requires training. And if I don't see concrete plans on how I really welcome that. I too would be so excited to see our middle school teachers be provided resources to do more. They do a lot of project-based learning in our district. To do it even more and to be trained to do it, I think that'd be really exciting. If I saw that and I saw an SEL curriculum and I saw that teachers wanted this, I would be open to supporting the changes. But without that, there's just, I'm a bit alarmed by by all this talk about the money, like I feel like that should have been decoupled. You know, if we do decide to go for this change, I hope we still decouple the money. So like if we do decide to go for the 7-period schedule, I hope we separate that from the decision of reducing, $1 million from the middle schools, because one of the things about the elective program, clearly we're seeing from the public that the students, I've read through, Oliver's not here, but I really appreciate the petition Oliver did. I was reading through the student comments that are on there. So thank you, Oliver. And Oliver was one of the students who led us in our Crittenden tour, a student leader at Crittenden. So I really appreciate his work. The electives clearly, like I didn't realize myself how popular the electives, how much they mattered. And one of the things that when I hear from the presentations that had struggled staffing the electives, and the teachers had struggled teach kind of as an extra prep, and then we had to kind of have extra teachers kind of fill in because we had all these slots we had to fill in because we have now we have 3 electives. What we missed there is that there's so much demand for electives. Rather than saw that as a challenge, that could have been an opportunity for us just to hire more elective teachers, right? Like that could be like, we're here to really try to make these great middle schools, right? And like what better way to make great middle schools if all the parents are looking and students are wanting 3 electives, and we have, rather than kind of like shove teachers into teaching electives, we should just hire elective teachers. Like, we have enough resources. I know like right now we're looking at trying to save money with the lost Google lease revenue, but like we have enough abundance in our community to say that, okay, we hear now parents and students want electives. Let's actually, instead of reduce the number of teachers, let's actually hire more elective teachers. And that would reduce the stress on faculty on trying to fill electives just because we didn't hire more specialists. And then I just really hope this does come back to us. I'd be really disappointed if this wasn't come to the board, because we are elected by the community. So like coming to us, there's an accountability piece to that. And at this moment, I wouldn't support the change. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Lambert.
Yes, I'd eventually like to hear the rationale for why this wasn't initially put on the agenda as a voting item. I'm an elected official of Mountain View, and my role on this board is to represent the community. And we have senior staff and the superintendent representing the school district itself. We have teachers union representing the teachers. My job is to listen to the community and make decisions based on what I feel is best for the community. Earlier on our agenda, we approved a book discard at Graham. We voted on that. To not vote on an item where we have so much community interest, and it is clearly a significant change for everybody in the district, is just completely irresponsible. This needs to be a voting item. I do share Trustee Chang's frustration with the finances. I think this was probably the result of poor planning. It's clear this item, discussion of the scheduling, should have been started a lot earlier in the year, or maybe even the previous year. And unfortunately, it looks like what happened is that the discussion of the schedule changed got sort of mixed up or intertwined with the negotiations with the teachers union. And, I see statements in here that we need to give raises to the teachers. Otherwise we can't do the schedule. If this doesn't go through, we're going to have to go back and renegotiate the contract. That was just really poor timing. And all of that is just fine, right? And I get it, right? And it's real. But what were the goals that we were started off talking about? The goals of increasing the test scores, SEL, getting the kids more engaged with school, improving the climate at schools. That's what we really need to be focusing on. And all this finances is important, but it's really secondary to achieving those goals. So, that's my sort of overview comment about this. And I really would like us to focus on addressing those needs of our students, of the parents, and of our community.
Thank you, Trustee Lambert. And I will just note, it's a discussion item today because my understanding was that the presentation and the information we would receive would be substantially different than what we had, or more fleshed out than March 14th. So we should have at least two, like if we're going to vote on it, regardless, it should have at least two hearings before the vote.
But I do actually thank you for raising this issue, because I was embarrassed that I do not know what items should be voted on, what items must be voted on by law, what items are discretionary, things like that. I went to the CSBA. I sent them an email. They haven't gotten back to me. I contacted our local county school board association, people I know there. They haven't gotten back to me yet. I spent time searching on rules and regulations. I couldn't find anything. I really want to figure this out and understand what the guidelines are for voting on items. It's a really good question.
Trustee Blakely.
I agree that I think that as elected officials, we should vote on this, especially since it's taken on the tenor that it has. I don't know whether technically a school board needs to vote on a schedule change, but given the feedback from the community and where we are, I think that we should in this particular case. I do agree that the process could have been better. We've all talked about that. But we are where we are. And unfortunately, I have to say money doesn't grow on trees. I wish we could just ignore the financial aspects, but I can't look at this and just totally separate those out. And every financial decision is always one, you weigh this, you weigh that, you cut this, you cut that, there's opportunity costs. And so given the fact that we do need to find a $1.2 million cut, I don't know what else we would cut. Like, I was horrified when we had to cut the SCEFs and the at-risk supervisors some years ago, because that really wasn't a cut I wanted to make. So I don't know what the other options are, but I think we have to look at that. I also really feel strongly about putting a good contract in place that compensates our teachers and staff well. And so for that reason, you'd have to convince me to do otherwise. I don't want to derail that whole thing, because I feel like our teachers and staff deserve to be compensated well. That said, I'm also sympathetic to electives. I keep coming with this story. My musical theater music kid who majored in music in college and is studying, getting his MFA in theater now. He switched in 8th grade from orchestra to choir, kind of like midway through. Didn't tell Tim Cassell. Tim was horrified. I was horrified that he didn't tell him. But they only had one elective at that point in time. And so now most kids would still have two. And my bottom line is I want to make sure every kid gets at least one. I understand that kids like electives, and every kid needs a reason to come to school, whether that's a trusted relationship with an adult, whether that's a class they really love, whether that's a friend group or some activity. They need that. But I feel like with one elective, a minimum of one elective, there's still that opportunity. I also think there's some opportunities to explore how we design the electives. I'm glad to hear we have wheels, because they used to have them at Crittenden. They don't have them at Graham, but now I read in the report, we do have some at Graham. So I think wheels are a way to do it. I also think we don't have a semester, we do the trimesters, but there may be ways to split things in two, where you do art for half of the year and music for half of the year. And I'm just using those as examples. And I've heard feedback, well, then how would you do the grading? Maybe we don't need to grade electives. Maybe electives are pass fail. I know when I was in middle school, and I've been thinking hard about how all this was, I had to wait until second semester of seventh grade to take Spanish. And then I had, half a year of Spanish and was able to take it all year in eighth grade. But that was okay. I think I had art before that, and I liked that too. We also had what they called ESS, which was English and Social Studies. And everybody had a long block of their day, every sixth grade, seventh grade, eighth grade, that was 2 or 3 periods. And, the teachers found ways to split things up and do interactive stuff, or maybe you were writing an essay, or, you'd split it up. And I'm confident that our teachers can find ways to organize their day. And every class, I guess, would only have one of those blocks. And like for science labs and, more like Socratic seminars, like Dr. Rudolph said. So I think the proposal is workable. I would really like, I'm glad we're going to have a little more time because we're not voting on it today. I mean, if there were ways of just getting a little more feedback on how to make it better, maybe I'm just talking about doing like splitting more wheels or half-year classes, because then the kids still have the opportunity to try things. But maybe there's some other things we're not thinking about. And one other thing that I was thinking about too is there are some ways where kids can still explore things that like at Graham, I don't know if they still have AM jazz band, but there's some ways to do some extended day stuff where kids could still have an opportunity to go deeper in particular areas that are of great interest to them. So I'd like to look at that. So I'm in favor of it now, but I would like to see some changes and have it come back a little more fleshed out.
Thank you, Trustee Berman.
I also agree that this should come back as a voting item. There are so many elements of what was presented today that I wish had been presented to us a while back ago. I think that there's so many pieces that I support. The Spanish core class, the full-time substitutes, the advisory. I know that Director Karen Chimbone and Brian White are fully capable and skilled at putting a framework together that would be really excellent to meet the needs of our middle school students. I think that we're really challenged by the time frame, right? I think time is sort of working against us here. And from what, thank you to our community that has shown up today. Thank you to the middle school scheduling committee, and especially to the students that have spoken up and advocated for what's important to them. I really appreciate that. I think that what we're hearing from our community is that they haven't had enough time to give their input and their voices haven't been heard. And that's, I think, really critical in this process. So I think for us to have an option that I think is something that I can support, I'd like to know that it's clear, I am clear with what our teachers want, I'm clear with what our students want, and I want to make sure that I have that information to make an informed decision.
Thank you, trustees.
Can I just add one more thing?
Oh, yes, please.
And I do think, through this process, we've heard a lot of great ideas, suggestions, great input, great feedback. I also wonder how all of this feedback we've heard from parents, from students, what that looks like as we do we go back to the drawing board? Do we sort of rethink the way electives work? Do we have wheels? Do we have more opportunities to look at them differently? I just think that if we're really going to change something, let's really be creative about how we address the needs of our students.
Thank you, Trustee Berman. So to the governance piece, Trustee Lambert, that you were asking about, I shared some CSBA resources, but there's still, there's such a broad kind of definition of the board powers, and at the same time, even in our board bylaws and the Masters in Governance training from CSBA, there's a real split between an implementation piece and what is board governance. And the easy terminology is the board says the what and the superintendent says the how. But the things where we are required to vote are policy setting, anything having to do with budget, especially budgetary asks, the contract negotiations, facilities usage. Those are clear things that are straight up votes. So when we had our first presentation, it was unclear from that presentation, I think, where exactly this fell. And I had the opportunity over spring break to go to the Coast to Coast event in DC with the California School Boards Association. I mean, it was almost 200 superintendents and trustees from across the state, and I asked a lot of people. And even there, if it was kind of the presentation we'd had in March, it would have been, oh, it's an implementation piece. But when we added in the budget considerations, for me, that kicks it over to a voting piece. So we will be bringing it back for a vote. I know we've all talked a lot. We have a lot of thoughts on this. We have been looking, all year long, we look at student data and student performance. And when that comes to us, we have our iReady test. So at the beginning of the school year, we see the iReady diagnostic. And then each trimester, students take iReady again. And so we see their progress over the year. And we're looking for students to be moving into their expected growth, to be moving into proficiency on iReady. We also have CASP data, which is the state testing, and that comes to us in the fall. It gets embargoed over the summer, so it comes kind of late sometimes, which is frustrating when you've already started the school year. But we look at that data to really compare our growth year to year over time. And then we have the LCAP, which is where the social emotional pieces that we've talked about, the student and parent feedback about how they feel at school and teacher feedback about how they feel about different things at school. We track that over time with the LCAP. We've got all these, and those things get combined together into what's called the school site plan. So I know we've talked a lot about how is this helping students and where are we addressing the needs of our socioeconomically disadvantaged students? How is this helping our students who might be English language learners? How is this helping our students with disabilities who could be in these smaller classes? A lot of that is addressed in the school site plans themselves. That's where we have goals around math, literacy, social emotional work, welcoming environment, and we track it year to year. And you can also see how the school sites are choosing to spend their own money individually. So the principals have some discretion there. So I think one of the challenges of this process or conversation has been, I think there are two different things. One is the process piece, which we've talked about. And one is kind of, I think, the more intricate workings of how do we serve our students best. And the process piece feels like an unforced error to me, that yes, this was new to the extent that it was coming out of this committee work and then forming another committee. But we really, really, really missed, I think, the window on getting a lot of community input. And, we have a really thorough process as a board for when there's a board-driven item, but I would like to suggest that in the future, even if it's not a board-driven item, when it's something that's this impactful, we need to be following that full process and how we're engaging the public and how everyone is having a voice in the way decisions are made and developed, and that we all have an understanding of all the different moving parts that are going into the decision-making process. And so that's something that as a board, I think that we can also be very mindful of in the future, as well as our staff. I think when we look at what are the pieces that are actually going to support students the best, at Graham last year, for our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, in English language arts, 25% of them were proficient, and in math, 19% of them were proficient. And for our Hispanic Latino students, 25% were proficient in English language arts and 18% were proficient in math. And at Crittenden, for our socioeconomically disadvantaged students last year, in English language arts, 38% of them were proficient. And in math, 30% were proficient. And for our Hispanic and Latino population at Crittenden, 41% were proficient in English language arts and 29% were proficient in math. So we have real work to do there. I think with the experience of being a teacher, time feels so precious to me. And so I understand the push for instructional minutes. But I also was that theater kid who did creative writing and dance and music and chorus, and I did all the things. And being able to be that expressive outlet really helped me through school. So I feel like I see all the sides of this argument. I'm with my colleagues in that I would like to see another touch point with the public before this comes back to the board, if possible. A survey of teachers, students, and parents, so that we have a really broad input process before it comes back to the board. I'd love to see a little more refinement and vision around the SEL and advisory. I agree with my colleagues around that, I'm nervous about that being left hanging. And hold on just a moment, Vice President Chang. And I think part of this came from the pitfalls of being inwardly focused. So most of our administrators, even some of our longtime teachers and our district office staff have been here for a long time. And our parents move through episodically. So you might have one kid in middle school and then they're out, and then you have another kid come through, or maybe they're grouped together. My kids are 10 years apart. I'm going to be here a long time. But I think the turnover in parents means that for administrators and the district office, they have experienced the 7-period schedule and then all of the changes over the last 5 or 6 years as that's been adjusted, when it switched to an 8-period cascading, but then it kept getting shifted. And I think it's easy to lose sight of most of the parents and students in the school don't have that context, don't have that experience. And that's why communication around this is so important, and building in a more thorough outreach process and a longer process from the beginning. I think we never would have ended up with this feeling so contentious. I will point out we have heard a really broad range of feedback as a board. And so it's, I urge the public in your interactions with each other to, as parents, to be kind to each other in how we acknowledge that we do have a wide range of opinions on this. Because I feel I've also heard for some people who, in both, in kind of like both sides of this issue, who feel like they've gotten shouted down in some way. And I don't want that to be the case for our community regardless. We can all share our opinions and be respectful of each other. So on that note, Vice President Chang.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the thoughts that everyone here on the board was saying. I would, on the question that Trustee Berman was mentioning about, like, language programs in middle schools and stuff like that. I think all those things are, or it provided more substitute coverage. I think all those things could be decoupled from the schedule, right? Like you could have an 8-period schedule and figure out. And again, the challenge has always been not the schedule, but finding the teacher hiring the teacher who's able to teach Spanish and teach your core subject. That was the challenge in the past, not the schedule that prevented that, right? So one of the things that the reason I just want to keep decoupling, and especially decoupling the finances, is that it's hard to know if the teachers think this is going to be good for the kids if the message to the teachers is that you either support a 7-period schedule or you don't get your raise, right? And that's one of our slides literally presents that binary construct, and it's not a binary construct. It's a paper straw. It's a straw argument. It kind of catastrophizes what's going on, right? I do agree with that. We do with Trustee Blakely that if we are short in $1.2 million, and if we do keep an 8-period schedule, that there's that slide 56 that talks about the other cuts that we might have to make in order to find that money. And I do think that needs to come to the board. And so what happens here is I think that when there's controversial or tough decisions, and we put them, and I appreciate when Dr. Rudolph was saying that the staff is trying to do that behind the scenes. Well, the problem with what happens behind the scenes is that they unfairly take all the criticism. So even in this room, I feel like I need to apologize to our superintendent that we as a board did not do a proper job on putting ourselves as the elected body, this community out here, They elect us, right? And the district staff, they're employees, right? And so if there's a tough decision, it should be the board, the one who makes the decision, and be one who is receiving the criticism, not the district staff and not the superintendent. So like, while I really welcome the district staff to collect more feedback from the parents and collect more feedback from the teachers, when it comes to like hearing, like as in feedback in the form of like executing surveys and things like that. But when it comes to a public forum, I don't think it should be like the district staff who sits there and gets shouted out by the public. If there's a community forum, we should agendize it, and we should be hearing that because we're the ones who should be held accountable, right? Because they vote for us. So like I just don't whether it be the last part, this whether it be like us making a tough decision about the schedule or us having to find $1.2 million or however million dollars cutting somewhere else, I think those cuts need to be made by us, not internally by the district staff. That's traditionally been the decision of a board, a tough decision, right? Like it is our decision to decide what needs to be cut if we're in a financial crisis, and that should be our job, and it shouldn't be the district staff that gets all the heat.
I just wanted to ask for clarification, Vice President Chang. When you talk about a community forum for the board, there are different formats for something like that. So like a town hall, for example, because of the Brown Act, could only have 2 trustees. Or a study session. Do you have an actual, did you have something in mind when you're, I wasn't sure.
Well, I mean, even like this, right? Like, well, it is perhaps frustrating for the public because they had a 2-hour presentation and they had a minute to respond. But then, like, I think that anytime we as can agendize an outlet to hear from people who we represent, I think will both inform us, but also kind of dissipate the energy and kind of put it to a productive use, right? Because in the end, if any parent's angry, they should be angry at the board, not people who are hired to take care of their kids, whether it be the teachers or administrators. Like we should be aware up here of the pressures and criticisms that are being put on our staff, and then that means that should be a sign that we should agendize it so that we can be that recipient of that. So whether it be a study session or a direct answer is whether it be a study session or just any, I think that on this issue, or if we have to make cuts on some other issue, because if we don't make the cuts here, there's going to be something else that's
If there's something budgetary, it's a clear board vote and there would have to be public input. Yes.
Yeah, and we should be the ones who have meetings where the public can properly give feedback to us so that we receive that rather than unfairly placed on the
That's placed on the administration. No, I agree with that. And I don't know about you trustees, but we have had a lot of communication from the public on this, which has been great. I am so thrilled to see our civically engaged students. It is wonderful to step up. I have one suggestion for students. When you organize, change.org is great because it can spread your message really broadly. But what's challenging as an elected official is it doesn't tell you where someone is from or if they're in the district. And so I've seen past petitions where people that I knew lived in other parts of the county, for example, signed something that was about Mountain View Wisdom School District. So one suggestion is that if you do a campaign like that in the future, or even on this item at another meeting, you can write a letter and then ask students to sign the letter and designate which school they're at, and then submit that letter to the board. And it's really clear. I'm looking at the one child in the room, and I'm not talking to just you, I'm talking to all of the children. But then it's really clear that it's student driven versus if somebody puts it on their social media, anyone could really sign on to that. So it just makes it even more powerful. But your voice is heard, and it's been wonderful. I had 3 students email me and the board. That's like, a celestial event happened too. So maybe all of those things aligned, but we always welcome student voice and parent voice and community. So thank you for that. And on that note, I think we're done with this item for tonight. And trustees, it's 8:40 p.m. So let's take a bio break. Let's come back at 8:50. And thank you to everyone who was here.
No, 9 o'clock.
Good evening, trustees. I don't think I could hear you from earlier, so I didn't hear if you were calling on me. I don't know if that's an issue that's been resolved yet.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I will turn on my presentation. Okay, well, good evening, trustees. Tonight, I'm giving our annual update on English learners and reclassification. The goal of today's presentation is to update you and the public on the impact of various efforts that our district engages in to support English learner students, who are a key subgroup in our community, making up between 20 and 25% of all students each school year. And so with everything that we do, it is aligned to our strategic plan, specifically goal area 1. And so before I dive into the whole host of data that I've prepared today and talking about some of those conclusions and analysis, definitely want to give some context, but because there is a lot to take in before diving in. So there are many terms to understand when it comes to English learners, but it can be categorized into 3 main groups of students, assessments, and terms for data. I won't define everything on here. The accompanying report has fuller definitions, but to start off, English learners are students whose first language was not English and who require additional support to develop academic English. Some of ELs are born here, but whose families speak a language other than English, and some ELs at some point were newcomers who recently arrived in the US. Another key term is reclassification. Reclassification is when a student is certified to no longer need English learner supports. And then there also, the shorthand is RFEP, Reclassified Fluent English Proficient. That's the main goal of our EL program. LTELs, or long-term English learners, are ELs who have been ELs for a long time. They've been here for at least 6 years with some other criteria. These are usually middle school students and up. In terms of assessments, the summary is that we use the LPAC, the English English Language Proficiency Assessments of California, all 3 versions of it to assess our English learners. And the ELs also take the same academic tests as everybody else too, the CASP, iReady, and Literably. One other thing I want to point out at this point, you will hear other terms, but the ever ELs is sometimes a point of confusion. You may hear me use the term ever ELs in this presentation. It just means it's the denominator. It's anybody who's ever been an EL. So current ELs plus all reclassified ELs. So just wanted to summarize that before moving ahead. So it's really important for us to just right off the bat think about what is the mission of our English learner programs. It's really 3-pronged. And the first prong, probably the most important one, is to reclassify as fluent within the research-backed time frame of 5 to 7 years. And then, of course, partially in service to that, we have to advance levels to a certain point every year in order to reclassify. So every year, advance levels in English speaking, listening, reading, and writing. And even after reclassification, even after they are no longer considered ELs, we want all of our students to continue to perform academically at high levels. So that is the basis for the rest of the presentation.
Director Chang, if I may, we're about 2 hours behind schedule, and I know all of the trustees have read the presentation and the report. So I'm wondering if you can figure out it's a 68 slide presentation, and I don't know if I'll have time to go through each one of them in detail. If you could figure out a little bit if it's possible to condense the presentation at this moment, since we have all received
You got it. No problem. No problem. So this slide just summarizes the efforts that we make towards English language instruction. This is how we work towards the mission. So kids are exposed to various courses of study, and our ELs receive a lot of academic support from many different important people throughout the years. So a question that we have to answer is, are our ELs reclassifying within this time frame? And so the board goals for reclassification have been that 75% of ELs reclassify by the end of 5th grade. But it's very important for us to note that in the past, we've talked about these students as just the ones who started with us in kindergarten. And I'll talk more about that in a bit. And then 85% will reclassify by the time they leave 8th grade. So again, just to summarize the considerations, we have a very dynamic group here. ELs move in, they move out, they have lots of language skill variance. We can't expect all ELs to be equally skilled in English at any given time, obviously. We sometimes will have surges of newcomer enrollment. The nature of the data dictates that there will always be large gaps. When we look at our CASP and iReady data, if we are comparing all ELs versus all EOs. So ELs have the double challenge, and there's also all sorts of different types of ELs and levels of EL learners that makes them a little bit more complicated to compare with EOs directly. But we will try. So the data that we're going to review, we're going to address all 3 prongs of the program mission: reclassification, EL progress, and then RFEPs. We're going to look at RFEP performance versus EO performance. So I just want to point out on this slide, this shows us what the reclassification rates have been over the past few years and how many kids have reclassified this year. I want to point out the bottom right number, which is 128. This actually is the total number of RFEP students that RFEP this year. Since this data was pulled, we're actually up to 144 students. So this is really good news. I want to also say, just make a point that the reclassification rate, which is generally how many kids reclassify every year divided by the total number of kids that are ELs, it's commonly examined by our state metrics, but its usefulness is really determined by how many ELs are actually qualified to reclassify that year. So only ELs who have achieved a level 4 on the LPAC are qualified to reclassify in any given year. And each year they do reclassify at high percentages, over 90%. This is another slide to show the progress towards the board goals as stated. You can see the cohort ELs, which excludes any EL who's enrolled in MVWSD after kindergarten. It allows us to track progress from year to year. If you look at the same colored cells, you'll see the same group of kids. And if you look just straight across, you'll see the grade levels. And you look at 5th grade, this year we have the 5th grade cohort has reclassified at a 61% rate, while the 8th grade cohort has reclassified at a 90% rate. So there are some challenges, though, by looking at just cohort ELs. The term cohort EL, which doesn't look at anybody who came after kindergarten. It was devised in 2018 or around then, when it was acknowledged that we don't have as much control over our students who enrolled after kindergarten. They could come in 7th grade and graduate a year later. They were ELs, and we shouldn't be necessarily counting them towards the progress that the other ELs who have, or in the same boat as the other ELs who started with us in kindergarten. Unfortunately, right, this decision to exclude them from the analysis, they obviously get services and they're being taught, but the exclusion from the analysis, it's a big portion of our students. And while when we look at grade level, while we use grade level and age often to disaggregate educational data, from a language development standpoint, it's the number of years learning English that's more important than what grade they're in. Of course, their age matters and what grade they're in matters, but how long they've been in the country and how long they've been learning English matters even more. And so we can preserve the intent of the reclassification board goals, examine our EL data in more meaningful ways, and include a previously excluded portion of EL students if we group students by the years in US schools. And that is what the rest of this presentation will actually do. So a revised set of goals, which preserves the same intent, is 75% of ELs will be reclassified after completing 6 years in US schools, and 85% will be reclassified after completing 8 or more years in US schools. 6 years usually means elementary school and 8th or more middle school. So that's what we're going to look at. It's a subtle but really important difference that groups kids together by how many years they've been in the country learning English. So we're about to dive in. I'm not going to go through every single slide of data, but we are going to dive in, and I want to explain how the data is presented. Each of the following pie charts that you're going to see, there's going to be a lot. They will display the percentage of years in they'll display groups of students based on how many years they've been in U.S. schools. And also, we've taken the opportunity to display one more piece of key information in each pie chart. And the extra information in each pie chart is what percentage of the RFEPs and ELs are either socioeconomically disadvantaged and what percent of them are Hispanic. These are two of our frequently underserved groups, and disaggregating them in this way can lead to some key insights. So you'll often see pairs of pie charts in the next few slides. If it's an SED chart, the two yellow shades will represent RFEPs and whether they are SED. If it's a Hispanic Latino chart, then the two yellow shades represent RFEPs and whether they are Hispanic Latino. It'll make more sense once I begin to show you. So we'll take a look at the overview, and we're going to zoom in soon. Right now, it's just a real big 20,000 foot viewpoint. This is a district-wide snapshot, but you can see all 9 groups of students by years in U.S. schools. Yellow is reclassified, that's both shades, and blue is not reclassified, that's both shades. The darker shade in this slide represents the portion of those students who are either reclassified or not that are socioeconomically disadvantaged. And if I go over to the next one, here's a second district-wide snapshot, but this time the secondary detail is whether the students who are or are not reclassified are Hispanic or Latino. And the colors represent the same. Yellow is reclassified, blue is not reclassified, and the darker shade means, in this case, Hispanic Latino. So I promised I'd zoom in, and I will zoom in and zoom through. Just looking at this slide, here are the kids who have just started in U.S. schools. These are fewer than 1 year in the U.S. schools. You can see how many students are in the group in the title of the chart. For example, here are 322 students who have been here for 1 or less year or less than 1 year. And you can see for each column that or pair of pie charts, you'll see the SED chart at the top and the Hispanic chart at the bottom. And I'm going to be repeating this pattern throughout the rest of the slides. And so here we go. This is after 1 full year completed in U.S. schools. It's 2 years, 3 years, 4, 5. And I'll pause here and say it may seem like the yellow is growing, which is what we want to see. But it's important to keep in mind that this is one point in time and the groups are all disparate. It's separate groups of kids, not the same kids across time. However, we are seeing the pattern that we'd expect and what we want, which is more reclassified after more years in U.S. schools and more instruction with us. And so here, the reclassification for the kids who are 6 years in U.S. schools, here's one of the board goal checkpoints, right? Just to make a note, some of these are 5th graders, but most are 6th graders, right? If we include TK and we also consider when they took their tests and when they're reclassified, it means that they've completed 6 years and actually are on to their 7th year. So that's why we're talking both 5th graders and 6th graders, if you're thinking about age. Here's 7 and here's 8. So this is the second board goal checkpoint across the district, 8+ years in U.S. schools. What stands out here to me, one of the things I want to point out early on is that the majority of kids who are still ELs at the end of middle school are socioeconomically disadvantaged and or Hispanic. And more on this to come. So gonna fly through this the school by school. It's the same pattern. Again, we have different groups of kids grouped by years in U.S. schools. So we'll start with BUB. And again, just a reminder, every column is a grade. And on the top, you see reclassified SED or not. And then on the bottom, you see reclassified Hispanic or not. And you can see the goal after the 6 years for BUB. Castro. Imai. Landos. Strahl. Montaloma. Stevenson. Therakoff. Vargas. Let me reach the middle schools. We do have a Crittenden 6 years because, again, some of those are sixth graders, and a Crittenden 8th grade. Graham. Okay. And so that's the last slide for school-wide results. Do you also want to look at this chart for a moment, because a significant portion of each of our years in U.S. school groups have students who enrolled after kindergarten. We want to ask whether the results are going to be different between the students who are continuously enrolled. That means they started with us in kindergarten and stayed with us the whole time, and those who came after kindergarten. So as an example, this chart shows the 8+ year group currently, and the percent of that group who were RFEP after year 1, year 2, year 3, etc. So if you look at the chart, you can see that in year 1, we're looking at after year 1, 20% of the kids were reclassified. After year 2, that total was up to almost 35%. And the next year was 44.5%, etc., all the way to 86.45% at 8+ years. So the vast majority of them have reclassified. These are kids who were with us since kindergarten. However, when we look at the kids who were not with us in kindergarten, you can see there's a big difference. By the end of 8+ years, we've got a 26% gap. These are kids who came to us after kindergarten. So analysis and next steps will be discussed in a future slide. So coming back to our mission, recalling that it has 3 prongs. We just looked at the first prong, which is the reclassification results. Now we're moving on to the second prong, which is how much progress are our students making? Are they making progress towards reclassification? So this is a little bit of a wonky slide, but I will kind of explain a little bit to try to help everyone understand the metrics. We had to take the data from the overall LPAC scores of our students. So they take the LPAC once a year. And then there's actually, the state provides us with an even more specific progress indicator, which can be turned into a number between 1 and 6. And remember, we said, so the number of years that they are in U.S. schools, right? We want to compare them with where they are on this new indicator. So we did a simple subtraction problem, and we took 1 through 6 score on the LP, and then we subtracted the number of years that they are with us in U.S. schools. And so if they're on schedule, it should be 0. There should be no difference, right? Year 1 is 1, year 2 is 2, etc. If they're ahead of schedule, then they have a score of 1 or above. Slightly behind are negative numbers, to behind schedule to significantly behind schedule. So I hope that makes sense. And what that allows us to do is it allows us to take a look at what percent of each school or each grade level are on schedule, ahead of schedule, etc. And I just want to draw everybody's attention to the bottom line here, right? The district overall, we see that if you add up ahead of schedule and on schedule, 61% of students are ahead of schedule or on schedule, right? But there's work to do because we still have about 40% who are not on schedule. I just want to also point out, actually it's close to maybe 30%, and because of this point, the under incomplete data, you can see that 9.6% of students have incomplete data. It means you need 2 years of EL data or LPAC data to actually be figured into this metrics. So we do have a significant portion of kids who haven't taken the LPAC twice yet. So that's why it doesn't completely add up to 100. This is another way to look at this metrics, this progress metric. And just to summarize here, it's broken down by grade level on this slide. And what I've done is I've just highlighted the groups that are kind of the greatest, have the greatest percentage for each grade level. And so you can see that throughout grades 1 through 7, the on-schedule group is the largest group. But you start to see the percentages decrease as the kids get older, K and 1 is mostly starting ahead of schedule, but by third grade, behind schedule kids becomes the largest groups. And so I will talk about that in a slide coming up soon. Let's talk about this some more in a slide coming up soon. So again, going back to the mission, the third piece is continuing to perform at academically high levels after reclassification. So we have to compare our RFEP and EO academic data. And if we look at this and we ask ourselves, are our RFEPs performing at similar levels as our EOs? When we look at the CASP, you'll see that there are slight gaps between our EO students and our RFEP students' performance, which can be explained mainly by the gaps at the middle schools and a couple of elementary schools. It's important to point out, though, there are some significant quote-unquote reverse gaps at Castro and Therakoff, where our RFEP students are actually doing significantly better than our EO student, or sorry, our EO students. And again, the same question, but looking at iReady, comparing December 2022 to December 2023. Again, we do see a gap at the middle schools, but less of one in the elementary schools. So now that we've gone through the data, it's time to take some stock of what's going on, right? So just to summarize the summary, overall, we are very close to meeting the board goals for reclassification. 6 out of 9 elementary schools are meeting or exceeding the 75% reclassification goal by year 6. ELs who are SED and or Hispanic largely meet the board goals. They do get there, but they take more years to do so compared to non-SED or non-Hispanic. Almost all of our LTEL students are Hispanic and or socioeconomically disadvantaged. And continuous enrollment matters, right? We have significantly higher reclassification rates for kids who have been with us since kindergarten compared to those who came after kindergarten. I've mentioned already, most ELs are ahead of schedule as measured by our progress metrics in the younger grades in TK, K, and first, but they start to kind of slow down in second and third grade. I want to note that the LPAC test does change for third graders and it becomes more challenging. Side note is that the LPAC is also a grade level oriented test, not a years in US schools test. And so we're kind of working with slightly different systems. It's important to acknowledge how that impacts the data. RFEP and EO achievement rates are similar, except in the middle schools and a couple of elementary schools. We do have a significant gap in the middle schools, which we need to address. I do want to point out that some of these results can still be explained by the distance learning years during COVID, although that's farther and farther in the rearview mirror. We want to focus on moving forward, but it is, that's going to be with us for a little bit. A consistency of expectations. We're on the analysis now. An investment in professional development is helping us to soft land the impact of the pandemic on reclassification results. We have talked about how SED and Hispanic ELs reclassify later than non-Hispanic, non-SED peers. We need to continue to invest in newcomer programs because they make a huge impact in how well the students progress throughout the years and towards reclassification. And we should come up with steps to monitor and intervene with ELs who enroll after kindergarten. So what does that mean for our ongoing efforts and next steps? We're going to continue to support consistent best practices for designated and integrated ELD instruction. We're going to be continuing our trainings and regular site visits. We'll continue them into the future. We have invested in our non-academic supports, such as SCEFs, our ELAC committees, and our DLAC. We're going to continue to engage parents and inform them about EL programs and their children's progress and how they can support at home via things like Parent University. And some next steps, we'll be working with colleagues at various levels on ELD-related efforts, such as master scheduling, ELD training in the summer and throughout next year, the relationship between reading and language development, and instructional supervision. We're going to design plans to address the drop in progress starting in second grade, especially among SED and Hispanic students, and plans to address the gaps in RFEP and EO performance in the middle schools. And the existing supports, as I mentioned, will continue to be improved. And as of the completion of this presentation, the summative LPAC administration for 2024 has actually been completed. So congratulations to our staff for that. We're very proud. We are also very proud of our reclassified students who will be celebrating next week at the annual reclassification ceremony. And another big initiative, another important project next year is that over the summer, we will also begin to plan for the initial year of the new LPAC interim assessments, which should give us more timely data so that we can respond faster mid-year to the needs of all of our English learners. And with that, that is the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Director Chang. I have to say, I think this is one of the most elegant presentations of data that we have seen in a while, and it was so visually clear, the use of the 4 colors. I really, really appreciate it. My only ask is I would love to see a slide with just the 6 and 8 years for each school, and they're all on one slide. So I can see what I mean, granted, I can go through all the slides and look at them, and I did, but having that cross-school comparison would also be really nice. I had one question. I'll kick us off, and then if any other trustees have questions. My understanding is that the dual immersion program through Mistral, the expectation, because the students are learning in both English and Spanish, is that it might take them longer to reclassify because of that process. Is that accounted for in this analysis, or?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's not directly accounted for in this analysis, but in past analyses that I've done, I've seen this pattern. I've seen that Mistral students, I think the last time I did this informally was about a year and a half ago, do tend to make up more a disproportionately high number of kids who reclassify in middle school.
Thank you. Are there further questions from trustees? Trustee Lambert and then Trustee Berman.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. So just a couple of questions. So we have such a high number of chronically absent students in the district, and I believe a lot of those fall in the cohort you're working with here. Maybe not, maybe I'm wrong. But sorry, I'm wondering if, you took out that population, how would the numbers look different? And I think that goes not only for what you're doing, but for any kind of numerical analysis we're trying to do in the district. So just a comment, a question. If there was one thing I should take away from this presentation, what is the most effective way of increasing or accelerating the reclassification rate of EL students?
Boy, Bill, that is a very tough question. I think there's a lot of things that go into it, and this has been a topic that has been debated, and there's data to show all sorts of different approaches. I don't think there is any one approach. I think, the consistent, slow and steady approach with, high fidelity to a rigorous language program, and continuing to improve our students, actually our teachers and principals' understanding of, how not just to support the students' reading development, but also the language development is really, really key, because I think those things often get lumped together and sometimes they really need to be separated out. And so I can't really directly answer your question because there's just a lot that goes into it. The profiles are just so different for all of our EL groups and down to the individual that it is very hard to say. That's why we have a range. That's why the research generally says a range of, some people say 4 to 6, some people say 5 to 7. So it's hard to pin down. That's kind of the challenge of talking about ELs and looking at their data, is just how many variables there are even before you start talking about what the results are.
And do we have enough, follow-up question, do we have enough resources to do the differentiated learning on these, subgroup individual students that we help?
Yeah, no, I think so. I think that there are a host of logistical and planning challenges that come with diving into how do we plan our designated ELD time as efficiently as possible. And efforts are already underway in the Ed Services Department to ensure that the questions about like, should I do it this way or should I do it that way? Should I keep a heterogeneous group in my classroom or have a rotation of homogeneous? That those like the kind of difficult decision making around that based on the data, like recommendations should come to teachers and principals like right off the bat, not say here's the data and you guys figure it out and do whatever you think is best. What we're trying to say is like efforts are already underway to figure out the best ways to give the most targeted instruction even before without having to wait until the school year begins and for the teachers to kind of take the time to figure it out. Although that figuring out also still needs to happen, but it is a long-standing challenge and kind of like a discussion between teachers and principals and district office that happens every single year. And we look forward to having that robust discussion again with some more data going into next year.
Great, thank you.
I was just wondering if our teachers, I think I know the answer to this, but I'm not sure. Are any of our teachers administer parts of the LPAC to their class or to their students?
We don't do that. There are districts that do, but we have a fantastic group of EL coordinators and testers who do that. But over the last couple of years, there's been an increased training for our teachers on what exactly the LPAC looks like. But our teachers obviously do prepare, and we provide them with the necessary tools and training that they need to prepare the kids specifically for taking the LPAC. It's not necessarily test prep. It's more just not getting tripped up by the test itself. But more work can definitely be done in that area. And some discussions have happened in the past about like whether long-term is this a model that we want to keep. So we continue to ask ourselves that question. But right now we have a separate testing group of folks that do a great job for us.
Thank you. I think it's great that there is work with teachers to sort of think through all the parts or to discuss and learn about all the parts of the LPAC because it is a rigorous assessment, whether you're a language learner or not taking that assessment, it is pretty rigorous. And I remember on one of our, as the school site visits in Southern California with the Castro Reimagining Castro Committee, one of the coaches and site leaders at a high performing school said, she had this aha moment when they really started to dig in deeper into their LPAC results. And it made a huge shift in terms of their performance because it felt so actionable. I think that information felt like it's something that the teachers could really plan around and act on continuously for an extended amount of time in their planning. So that always sort of resonates with me when I think about it every time we talk about our EL students. Thank you.
If there are no further questions from trustees, we'll take public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or if you're here in person, you could submit a yellow speaker card and approach the podium. We do not appear to have public comment at this time. Are there any further comments from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
I just want to say, I was on the board when we created the goal that you're suggesting we shift it from grade level to years in our schools. And I think that makes a lot of sense. But I also just want to commend, the whole district, because I don't remember what the numbers were, but they're a whole lot better now than they were then. And surely there's room for improvement. There always is. But I'm really pleased to see the progress that we've made.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Director Chang. It was very informative, and we appreciate all of the work you and the entire team and our teachers are doing every single day to move our students towards reclassification. We will now, trustees, I don't know if there's a motion to extend the meeting. It is almost 9:30. We have the greening index, the school boundary analysis, a very short resolution, but we also have closed session.
Do we know how long closed session? What?
Closed session has 4 items.
11 is too late for you, correct?
Well, I have a babysitter issue, but I will need to leave by 10:40 at the latest. But that doesn't mean that Trustee Chang can't carry on in my stead.
Why don't we, I move that we extend it to 11, but we don't have to go that long. We'll shoot for 10:40. That would be my motion.
And I believe we always have the option to extend it a little bit longer if necessary.
I believe so, yes. Because we updated our bylaws on that.
I continue to move that we extend until 11, and I will hope that we'll be speedy.
A second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Lambert, the meeting has been extended till 11 p.m. Dr. Rudolph, is there anything that can be moved from this agenda for a future meeting? We still have greening index, school boundary analysis, and a resolution before closed session. Okay, so we are. Yep. So we are going to hold the school boundary analysis for a future meeting date, item 6D. And our next item up is the greening index, which I believe Dr. Westover will be presenting to us.
Good evening, trustees. To help abbreviate this item, since the trustees have had some study sessions and previous board meetings, I'm going to go ahead and jump into and asking you the questions that we had as part of the presentation, because you're pretty familiar with, let me get the questions up for you, the green index, green metric, and green score. So for the green index, sorry, I'm skipping ahead to the slide right now. The questions that we had for trustees were, would the board like to adjust any of the index measurements? Staff is suggesting a target of 30% for tree shade. This was based off of the resolution that was passed. Or would the board like to adjust the goal of 30% for tree shade or add additional goals based on the index? So quick summary, the index was changed to also include the number of students at each school site, so you could see how much space was available for students, as well as looking at what's available across the city of Mountain View.
Thank you so much, Dr. Westover. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Lambert? No? No. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or if you're in person, you could submit a yellow speaker card and approach the podium.
I also have George Lowe from Carducci and Associates here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Do you want to hit any of the highlights? The presentation isn't extremely long.
Yes, I would love to. There's lots of hours in this. So for this piece, for the canopy tree shade, Carducci has reorganized it so you can see which schools score high for tree canopy shade and which schools score low. One of the items that we heard from board members was sometimes with the index and the green score, it not feeling as if it was representing the green, how the schools felt. So in this case, we're looking just at tree canopy. So you can see that Mauna Loma scores high, whereas Amai, Vargas, Graham, Crittenden, and Stevenson are on the lower end. Then if we look at the next slide, we're looking at total space per student. So I think the part that's interesting to see is the shaded space or tree canopy per student. So this is at maximum capacity for the school site. So on the lower end is Amai, Crittenden, and Vargas. Something that Carducci did point out is on some of our school sites, even if we wanted to reach 30% of tree canopy shade, it may not be physically possible because of the way the campus is set up. So a campus like Vargas with a solar shade structure, we can't put trees around the solar shade structure, but the availability of space to plant more trees is rather limited. This is looking at open space within the attendance boundaries. So how much space is open to our students and the residents of Mountain View. This is looking at our boundaries so you can get an idea. This is for Graham and this is for Crittenden. One piece of the presentation that we didn't talk through was that there's an incredible amount of data that's out there on how we look at the greening of our campuses. I think what's clear is that as a society, we need to do better. So we may not know how to solve the issue, but we can work towards reasonable goals as a school district. And Dr. Rudolph had found this article from the Washington Post that allows you to look up how our city is doing in terms of health benefits. And it's a list of, I think it was 25 different items. And so in comparison to how we're trying to look at our campus, this is looking at 25 different items everything from air and noise pollution, park space, open water, tree canopy, and they quantified it into a nature quant. And there's lots of information on the Washington Post about this. But when we look at Mountain View, it's clear that in Mountain View, we can do a better job of providing open green space to residents and to our students. So I think we are just trying to ground that in that we may not come up with a perfect ideal index or green score, but this is our attempt to move further towards that and try to find a way that we can standardize our campuses to make sure each student has a similar experience from site to site. Okay. So I guess back to our original questions for the index. If there's anything that we'd like to adjust, or if there's areas that you'd like to set as goals for the school district.
Trustee Lambert.
Okay. First, I would recommend that you take a look at the Park and Open Space Strategic Plan Update, which a draft, I believe, was issued about a week or so ago. That's can be found on the Park. They're looking for input on it. I also believe, I don't know when it's done yet, but the city is doing a canopy and tree coverage and forestry update. That should be on the Park and Rec website also, and there's going to be a lot of information on that in those reports. I'm a little curious, and I don't understand why we're being concerned about, I guess it's useful information, but access to open space or park space that is not part of the school for our kids. Be that as it may, I would also, a city like Palo Alto generates this thing called a walkability index, which I think is useful because it sort of tells you, are you within 15 minutes or 10 minutes or 5 minutes walking distance to open space? And what that does is that it puts boundaries around where you have busy streets that people just aren't going to walk. As the bird flies, you may be very close, but that big big street creates a real practical barrier. Also, too, that's great shoreline is over there, but in terms of walkability, no, nobody can walk to it. So, it's sort of out of the equation for that. About 30% tree coverage. I would I think I've said this before at these presentations, I would really recommend not trying to set any kind of targets or, numbers like this. They become a little bit self-fulfilling. And we know that all of our schools are different. All of our schools have different layouts, have different uses. And, we need to do the right thing to ensure that the spaces are used as effectively as we possibly can. And, if we don't have enough room for all these trees, well, okay, we'll figure it out. One thing I would like to see on this is some kind of metric for open field space, open areas. The idea here is, is the room where people can play soccer, baseball, basketball? Are there areas where people can put up nets and play volleyball, things like that, and to make sure that we preserve those multi-use spaces, and I'd call them not just multi-use, but basically like free use areas. So people can use those in the different ways. And so I think that goes to more to the design of the individual schools. Some schools have lots of areas like that, others don't. So, I would like to, rather than putting numbers on it, I think every school should be designed sort of differently, to fit into that area. So.
Thank you, Trustee Lambert. I will note, I'm really pleased to see, I had asked for the calculation of the access to open space. This is something that the Los Angeles Unified School District did with their greening index, was looking there, and it's not surprising here. Some of our students at school sites that have the least amount of shade, for example, have the least amount to overall open space as well. And I think it's important for us to take into account not only what is available at the school, but just as there have been discussions more broadly about like food deserts, for example, where you don't have a grocery store. In Mountain View, we have areas where it's very hard to access open space, and what is on our school campus becomes even more important. And I think that helps us prioritize which campuses to address first. And so that's why I think that's a really useful metric. I am very, very pleased with what has been brought back to us and the extra analysis. I can see how 30% may be an overly ambitious goal. I would suggest maybe 25%. But I think that if we don't have a goal, yes, it might be 25% or as close to that as we can get, right? It might not be that we can get every school site to that level, but I do think that it gives us something to aim for rather than kind of losing sight of why we're doing this. Vice President Chang.
Response to the adjustments to the measurements. I noticed in the last few meetings, we've been really focusing on tree shade, and I was thinking into the visit that we all took to Crittenden Middle School, and I was thinking a lot about that, for usability for students, it's really more about shade than tree shade. It's more about shade. I'm both myself as a teacher and also on that visit to Crittenden, you hear kids talking about they want shade. And sometimes tree shade, while very beautiful, and I do fully agree that we should maximize whatever campuses can have more trees, we should have more trees. That's just as a ecologically responsible community, we should do that. But as in what benefits kids, putting more tree shade may not be in a place that actually kids see a daily benefit, right? And so I just wanted us to my feedback would be, we need to keep eyes on that. A lot of kids, particularly in the middle schools, are saying they wanted shade. And if we focus too much just on trees, we may actually be building shade that they actually don't get to benefit from. Also, I agree with Trustee Lambert was saying about we need to be careful about numbers. And Dr. Westerberg, when he said that standardizing, I took a little pause to that because when you think of standardizing, you're thinking that we're setting a ceiling for all our schools. But each of our schools are very different. Some schools you can put a lot of trees, some schools we can't. So if we do have to have a target, I hope that's a floor and not a ceiling. So I hope that we don't aim for that, like, oh, we like Trustee Lambert said, if we put out a number, we kind of end up moving towards that number. And we have some school sites that may be able to really go beyond that, and we should let them. And then there's some school sites that can't meet that. And maybe artificial shade is something that we should be robustly considering in some places too.
And to piggyback on that, Vice President Chang, I think the greenings, so we have the index and then we have the metric. And the metric is if I've got this right, it's all of the different checklists. And that's where it really digs into in great detail, like what kind of shade is shade available and all of the decision points you're talking about student use. So I'm glad that there's that level of detail here too. Trustee Blakely.
I concur with what you just said, Trustee Conley. I actually disagree a little bit. I mean, I think the shade is important and it is included in those other items, but I like the tree shade, the sort of, you're not forest bathing at a school, but all of these additional, mental health benefits and calmness and stuff, that comes from trees, not just like a canopy, like the solar canopies or something. So I'd like to have a tree goal. And I don't know if you could set it up as a floor, like you say, but when I look at the schools, sort of like, well, what does 30% feel like? And so then I'm looking at the schools. Mauna Loma is the only one that's a little bit over 30%. Landals, which I know well, and it's a lot greener now than it was when my kids went there, but that one is 21%. And to me, I'd love it to be have a little more than that. So that's why when you say 25, I kind of like the 30. I like staying at the 30. It doesn't mean we're going to get it everywhere, and it will increase over time. So I don't know how you even measure that, because the trees get bigger, and what's 10% today, and like by the time your little Shaw is in school, it's going to be a whole lot bigger. But I like having that as a goal. And then just to your other point, in terms of like, why are we looking at some of these other things? I definitely think that will help us prioritize which schools we look at first, because I think the ones that have less access to open space or neighborhood parks or that sort of thing, I would like to prioritize those schools first.
And I was just going to say, when it comes to calculating so we have the tree canopy now, you plant trees, but you have a projection of what their future canopy coverage will be. So you would plant to that goal. You'd have to make sure they survived over time, but it doesn't have to be a fully grown tree that you put in, but you still take into account its future growth. Vice President Chang.
Oh, I just want to say, yes, would love to see more trees and diverse trees on campuses. We did see on the school visits that at Crittenden and other schools, some trees are, and this is kind of feedback for Carducci and then planning our future trees. Some of our current trees are like set up in a way where they're like they're physically partitioned from what kids can sit in or be by, right? So it's like if you put a tree down, but then you put like a well around it, or like, you put barriers where kids can't get close to it or enjoy its full canopy. I still, as a teacher, I would say that there's the emotional benefit. While I agree, there's something really beautiful about sitting under a tree. There's something just great about being outdoors and sitting in shade. So like if we were talking about, if we put a bunch of trees at Crittenden in places where kids weren't allowed to go at lunch and they're still sitting in the periphery to avoid the sun, then we've missed the point. And if we really want to maximize kids' wellness, it's like you see a lot of the new schools being designed around California, they all have artificial canopies around the quads because there's something really, I think all of us could agree that being able to sit outdoor with your friends and not being in the blazing sun, there's an emotional benefit to that, even if it's not organic.
Trustee Chang, I wonder if when we talk about the greening metric next, and when we look at those other factors of what a campus feels like and looks like, because the index is really purely numerical on what Carducci was seeing on each campus, I wonder if that might help kind of fill that request of how we're looking at our campuses. Looking at the index, I think what I'm hearing is, in general, a relative target rate of 30%, not a strict target rate, but something that we might want on all of our campuses where it's possible, seems reasonable. For the other metrics, is there anything that you wanted? I'm sorry, for the other index scores, is there anything else that you wanted to change for the index scores?
I'm not sure if it's changing exactly the scores. I just wanted to make sure I didn't flip back through as carefully that we do involve student voice, especially when it comes time to do plans for individual campuses. I thought that tour that we did with Crittenden with the student leaders and you know, our experts, Carducci and others, was very helpful. And so I'd like to replicate that process as to the extent possible.
We totally agree. Yes. Is there anything that we missed in the index?
I think we're good on the index. I think we're ready for the metrics.
Okay, great. Okay, so looking at the greening metric. So this is a review of some of the meetings that Carducci has held with it. They've gone to different sites to visit the sites, to watch how students use the sites during recess and lunch. They also met with our specialist team, so all of our SPED providers, to talk about how our students with diverse needs use the space and could benefit from changing our campuses. They also met with the Environmental Sustainability Advisory Council during the summer. And then they met with all of the principals, they met with all the staff at each school site, and then we held community meetings. So these community meetings involve not just parents, but also the larger community, and we invited them to join us to talk about how they use the open space. So from all of these meetings, Carducci created lists and tried to categorize items into what people were saying they needed most, as well as what students were saying. So it went into the categories of physical comfort, mental well-being, exploration and discovery, outdoor learning, operations and sustainability, and student safety and experience. So we'll talk about each one of these items. And then what we'll do at the end is I'll ask the board, one, if we've missed anything, if we want to weight any particular category or any particular item within the category, because this helps create our green score. In order to help us kind of rate this over, it has a, do we have it or do we not have it? So it would get a check mark. Yes, we have it. No, we don't. And then to make it, we would score it. So if they have 8 items, 8 to 10 items is considered excellent. 0 to 3 items is considered needs work. So looking at physical comfort, seating areas that are sheltered from the sun, rain, and wind. So this goes to what many of you were talking about of the experience of the students. Multiple seating areas for different group sizes and activities with at least one space for large school functions. Learning and gathering areas are accessible and comfortable to students of all relevant ages and abilities. Visual screening between campus and neighboring areas, planting buffers for nearby noise. Tree canopy will eventually cover 30% of the school property. Forest or grove setting. Some of the kids liked having the forest area to make it feel like they were hiding. Natural materials, mulch, decomposed granite, stone, etc., are accessible for physical interactions. Shaded, comfortable lunch area. And then I'll kind of skip through this to move along a little bit more quickly. Mental well-being. This was really also informed by our specialists from our special ed teachers that were talking about what our students needed. A couple ones to note: quiet, semi-private space for contemplation so they can be away from the loud, noisy playground. Student creations are used or on display, and then space for messy play in a managed, controlled space. And then I'm sorry, I skipped number 6, therapeutic intervention, sensory wall, walkway, or auditory features. Exploration and discovery, that we have nature play opportunities. And why don't I skip through these unless the board would like me to read them?
Thank you, Dr. Westover.
Outdoor learning, operations, sustainability, safety, and experience. So would the board like to add or remove from the checklists? And would the board like to weight particular items in the checklists or weight categories?
Are there any questions from trustees? Did we already take public comment on this item? No. Is it okay if we do that real quick? Because I think even our questions are becoming a discussion. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or if you're here in person, you can submit a speaker card. We do have one in-person speaker. We don't appear to have any online speakers, so we'll put up a 3-minute timer. And Dr. Westover and Mr. Lowe, you're welcome to turn off your cameras during public comment if you'd like. All right, Ms. Liu, you have 3 minutes. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you so much for staying so late and also for just doing this presentation. It's great. One thing I noticed is that a lot of the newly built school with the prefabs, the awning is so much shorter compared to the older school. And I was wondering if there's a way to extend that awning so that could increase like the shade for the students. Like at Stevenson, we're the biggest in the district with so little space. And it's just really hard just being at lunch and seeing these kids just, sitting in the sun. And I mean, and also it would be kind of nice to have more trees around the playground area. Like the last 3 trees that was planted there didn't get proper protection needed and they all died, So it's really sad. So if there's trees around like the playground area, just to make sure the student can have access to it. And also in the field, if now that the campus is gated, like if student can extend out in the field, and that'd be great as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Berman.
This was just a little bit more of a wondering. So I was looking through the checklist and it seems like there's some of these items that may be more, maybe better suited for our elementary schools. Granted, I'm sure our middle schools would benefit from all of these. However, when I look at like the mental well-being, there is student creations are used or on display, space for art production and or dramatic play, spaces for messy play, and a manage or control space. So I'm just wondering if there's maybe some of these items that when we think of sort of the layout of our elementary schools and how our elementary students engage with nature, how potentially there might be some that feels like they might be better suited for elementary and some maybe for middle school. So I don't know if that would mean maybe some of these, maybe there's more weight for some of these items for elementary over middle school. I'm not really sure how to balance, but I can see some of them feeling, just a couple of these feeling like they're more tailored for elementary interaction. Yeah, like engagement.
Are there any further comments? Oh, there you go, Vice President Chang.
Just, I guess, are we also kind of giving like feedback on the checklist?
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of merging, right? So,
If you, go to the last.
yeah, there's just the one thing is when we're implementing these checklists and deciding where to do facility investments, I would just urge the district staff to not necessarily just go purely off what the numbers show, because different things on here will cost different amounts of money. So I just, my feedback would be is that it's not in my opinion, it's not the board's direction that the things that get the lowest scores immediately get highest priority, because we still have to weigh in what's the cost to make that investment. So some of these things have a larger bang for the buck and just that. Yeah, thanks.
I agree with both Trustee Berman and Vice President Chang, but I think that will be part of our decision-making process when we actually look at designs for school sites. So I think the question about what's appropriate for middle school and not, that's just going to come up in the plans anyways. I don't think we're going to put like a mud kitchen on Crittenden's campus. But at a preschool, that would be amazing, right? So I think that's going to come through naturally. And then, yes, we're going to have to, some of these things we're going to have to make monetary decisions about, but I don't think, you know, it will just be because we see a certain number on the metric. Thank you very much, Dr. Westover. And thank you, Mr. Lowe, for joining us tonight and for all of the work that you and Carducci Associates have done on this. I think I can speak for all of my colleagues in saying when we toured the Crittenden campus with your team and with students, it was very enlightening for all of us, and it helped, I think, each of us understand the metric and the checklists a lot better. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we will move to item 7A. We have held item 6D for a future meeting, the school boundary analysis. We're going to do 7A, which is resolution number 01-041824, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Mountain View Wisman School District authorizing the issuance of Mountain View Wisman School District, Santa Clara County, California, election of 2020 general obligation bonds, Series C, and actions related thereto.
Good evening. I also have Chet Wang and Christy Gar here who will talk about our bond issuance. And then they're also prepared to go very quickly.
And so good evening, President Conley, members of the board, Dr. Allende, and community. We've got a quick presentation here. Before the board this evening are documents to approve the next issuance of Measure T, general obligation bonds. So we'll flip through the various economic considerations, what the bond structure looks like, and next steps. So I'll turn it over to Kristen to cover the first few slides.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We're on the first slide with regards to interest rates. Interest rates hit all-time lows. And if we shift our attention to the chart on the right-hand side, they hit all-time lows during COVID. And we've all experienced them come up, rise quite quickly since the beginning of 2022 in light of inflation and the Federal Reserve's actions to combat inflation. But if we shift our attention to kind of a historical perspective, we put on there a chart of a 60-year history of interest rate movements. And relatively speaking, we're still in a very moderate interest rate environment despite the rapid rise that we've all experienced. The bond issue before you tonight for approval are general obligation bonds, which are supported by property taxes. And this chart here shows the growth in the assessed values. So all the residential and commercial properties within the districts, those are all assessed at a certain rate. And this is the growth trajectory that's occurred over the past 36 years in the commercial and residential properties. These are very robust growth rates. Most recently, the district's assessed value grew at 8.8%. And even if you go back 35 years, the district's tax base has averaged a growth rate of 6.7%. The district has underlying credit ratings, and credit ratings are much like an individual's credit scores. For the district, the credit ratings are the top ratings by the leading rating agencies. Moody's and S&P both rate the district AAA. And those ratings are based on 4 credit factors: the robust local economy and wealth factors within the district's strong finances, management, and then the low debt burden. So these are very, very high ratings, and the higher the rating, much like a credit score, that helps drive down the interest rate.
Thank you. So as we look at Measure T, that was originally approved for $259 million, of which the district accessed $185 million in 2020 and then 2022 for $85 and $100 million respectively for various district projects. There is a remaining unissued authorization of $74 million, which we anticipate would be utilized by the upcoming Series C issuance. As far as the tax rate looks like, The purple and orange bars represent the prior Series A and Series B issuances, and Series C would fill in the dip that we had left for this upcoming series. That is represented by the $74 million. Under current interest rates, which Kristen covered earlier, we're estimating the borrowing cost to be about 4%. So for $74 million, that would have a total debt service of $120 million, which is a repayment ratio, debt service divided by principal, of about 1.6 to 1, which is far below the state limit of 4 to 1. And because of the strong assessed valuation growth and low interest costs, thanks to your credit ratings, we are going to be able to maintain, as we have in each of the prior years, a tax rate below the $30 per 100,000 estimated to voters. Currently, we're estimating just about $26.60. Now, before the board tonight is close to 200 pages of legal documents. We've boiled it down to one page. The action item is the resolution, which will authorize the issuance of bonds. We've got various parameters in there, and district staff is authorized to take the steps necessary to complete the financing. Also included are various form documents, the offering document, also known as the preliminary official statement, the bond purchase agreement, and also the continuing disclosure agreement. And on the last slide, should the board approve the resolution tonight, we would work to finalize the legal documents, send them over to the county for their approval, and then also update the credit rating. Again, you've got AAA perfect ratings. We would update that in mid-June with plans to sell the bonds at the beginning of the fiscal year. And with that, welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Lambert.
I think this is a question for Dr. Westover. What do you anticipate some of the things this bond money will be used for?
This will actually come back to the Board of Trustees on May 2nd and 16th to determine how we're going to spend the rest of it. But the major bulk of it that staff will suggest is for roofing. Our roofing needs to be repaired. We're starting to have leaks. That was also part of our master facility plan for phase 2. So we're getting close to needing roof repairs, a lighting project, various other technology upgrades. Some of our buildings don't have fiber in them, so the internet is slower. Those are the main items that we'll bring to the board with a list on May 2nd.
Thank you.
Trustee Blakely.
Is the greening part of the initial phases of the greening project also part of this?
So the greening is actually what we have right now. We have money earmarked for phase 1.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Westover, but we will have made it through basically our phase 1 projects. So when we hit phase 2 in the master facilities plan, we have to prioritize which things we're going to spend on, because we don't have enough to cover all of phase 2, but it's wonderful that we have funding for part of phase 2.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, when we originally created the plans, we anticipated that we would only be able to do phase 1 items. But because the board moved so quickly to get started, we had significant savings.
We'll take public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment in person, you can turn in a speaker card and approach the podium, or online you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. We do not appear to have public comment at this time. Are there any further comments from trustees? Seeing as there are none, thank you to everyone for staying with us, both Chet and Kristen. Thank you for staying up late. We really appreciate the presentation, and thank you, Dr. Westover, as well. It's good news. We need a motion. This is a review and action item.
The board approves resolution number 01041824 and approve this issuance.
A second.
All those in favor? Aye. On a motion made by Vice President Chang and seconded by Trustee Lambert, the board has approved resolution number 01-041824 and all of the actual actions related thereto unanimously. We will now adjourn to closed session at, oh wait, we will not. We have to have item 8 first. the opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. This is the time for members of the public to comment on items on the closed session agenda. There are 4 items tonight. If you would like to comment, please raise your hand in Zoom, press star 9 on your phone, or in person you could submit a yellow speaker card or approach the podium. Seeing as there is no comment at this time, we will adjourn to closed session at 10:10 p.m.
Okay, we are coming back from closed session at 11 o'clock. And I would let, we made a motion to extend the meeting by 10 more minutes. That was unanimously approved until 11:10. And I'd like to report out from closed session. Item number A1. Item number A1 on the closed session agenda. A majority of the board, or the board unanimously approved in closed session to approve a compromise agreement resolving educationally related claims, including special education claims asserted by parents of a student against the district that does not exceed $94,255. And this was unanimously approved by trustees Conley, Chang, Lambert, Berman, and Blakely. Okay, and then on item number A2, the conference with legal counsel pending litigation, government code section 54956.9 D2 and 4. There was one case, an IDA dispute. And so on item number A2 on the closed session agenda, the board unanimously approved in closed session to a compromise agreement resolving educationally related claims, including special education claims asserted by parents of a student against the district that does not exceed $55,000. And this was unanimously approved by trustees Lambert, Berman, Chang, Conley, and Blakely. So that concludes the closed session on our agenda. And moving, and we already reconvened, and that was a closed session report. So we're on to item 11, board updates. Is everybody happy to submit their update in writing if they have them? And then item number 12 is future board meeting dates. Those are in the agenda. And at 11:02, this meeting is adjourned.